Oh, good morning, everybody. How are you? Welcome to Sewing Street. It is wonderful to have your company here today. Did you know it is British Pudding Day, which I think is something worth celebrating? Huzzah! Please email in and let me know what your favourite pudding is. Literally, whether it be jam sponge, roly-poly, spotted dog, as they say in America, cheesecake, trifle. I've got a story about a trifle, I'll tell you later. But anyway, message in and let us know, what's your favourite pudding? Do you have a signature pudding dish? It is British Pudding Day. Let's celebrate. Anyway, listen, let's start the day properly with our early bird. There they are, there they are. Right, our early bird. This is gorgeous, perfect, just in time for Christmas, whether it's a little gift to you, a little gift to someone else, or actually just lovely little bit of stash for you. It is the Gutermann thread set. Now, what you've got here, it's sew all thread. Now, anybody who's seen pictures of my studio knows that I am Gutermann through and through. I use Gutermann threads for all my piecing, my appliques, my embroidery, the lot. I love Gutermann thread. And sew all thread is my absolute #1 go-to. Now, I'm often asked this question, what kind of thread should I use? Should I use cotton thread with cotton fabric? Do I use polyester thread if I'm sewing polyester? And actually, the truth of the matter is, sew all thread is perfect for basically any fabric really, and certainly brilliant for things like your quilting cottons and your quilting, applique. Now, this is a proper gorgeous rainbow. You've got that gorgeous deep clarity red, a proper red, orange, yellow, lemon. You've got a creamy white there, a couple of greens, a teal, a blue, a navy, and a black. So you're getting 12 reels of thread in total. You're also getting a pack of Schmetz universal needles. These go, you've got 4 70s, you've got 4 80s and 2 90s. So a big old needle pack. You've also got a pack of Prim pearl-headed pins in there for £19.99. Now let's just talk about the price of Gutermann sew all thread. I reckon we're talking about £175 or so. I'm wondering if perhaps, Ben, you could do a quick search for me. Gutermann sew all thread 100 metre reel, just to see what the price per reel is. But I reckon it's between about £150 and £175 per reel. You've got 12 reels in there, plus a bumper pack of 12 needles, between £160 and £2.30 a reel. Here we go, look, a bit of price comparison, there we go. What have we got there? What's the price? I can't see that. 52, for goodness sake. There we go, okay. So about what I said. What I said. Normal price £19.99. It's our early bird today. Let's drop that price, Ben, and let's do it good. Come on, Ben. Let's drop that price down. How low can you go? £16.99. £16.99. Now, just on a per reel of thread basis, £16.99 divided by 12. Come on, somebody with a calculator. Or a pen and paper, or a giant brain. £1.41. Now that would be if you were buying the reels of thread, but remember you're getting 12 Schmetz needles, universal, 70s, 80s and 90s. You're also getting a full pack of Prim pearl-headed pins in a box, and it's all beautifully sort of gift boxed as well. So perfect for gifting for £16.99. Absolutely gorgeous, and a perfect rainbow of colours. I love it, I love it, I love it. Fiona, thanks for getting in touch, says, hooray, my favourite Slim Jim, me, on for my birthday. Fiona, it's your birthday. Mwah! Happy birthday. Hooray! There you go. That's just for you, Fiona. Happy birthday, darling. Thanks for spending at least the first hour with me here on Sewing Street. Now look, we love you to get in touch with us here at the studio. Let me just remind you how you can get in touch with us. First and foremost, of course, you can email us, studio@sewingstreet, thank you, sewingstreet.com. And that's the way you can send in pictures too. If you're like me and you like to take pictures of your food, which I do all the time, do you have a picture of your favourite pudding, your best pudding? It's British Pudding Day. Send in a picture. Morag's got in touch, Morning Mo, to say, morning handsome, sticky toffee pudding. Mummy, really don't share it. No, you're a person after my own heart. I'm a generous person in many, many ways, but food, I just don't share. I don't share. My little story, I'll just tell you about the trifle. The one pudding I really can't share is a trifle. I hate going to a trifle bowl that someone's already been in. It always looks like it's been dropped, doesn't it? It's fine till the first portion's out, and then it looks like someone's dropped it. So I don't want that. So years and years ago, my quilt group used to have an annual Christmas jolly, and my lovely friend Sheila knew that I didn't like going in the trifle bowl after anyone else had been in it. So every year, for years, she used to make me my own individual trifle. The best bit was she didn't really have an individual sized bowl to put it in. So my portion was like a trifle for 4, and then the trifle for everybody else, the entire party, was about the size for about 10 people. So proportionately, I did very well out of that. Thank you, Sheila. Love you. All right, you can also get in touch via our website. So let's have a quick look there, shall we? Go to www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, okay, and then you can type in a little message. I'm a flan fan, are you? Flan, or as the Americans say, flan, flan. I made flan. What kind of flan? Peach flan with gel on top. Do you remember the gel, the sachets of gel that you could buy from the supermarket? Nice tin of mandarin oranges, all laid out individually in concentric circles, and then boil up that quick gel and pour it over the top. So it was all kind of sealed in like varnish. Gorgeous. Lovely. Anyway, and then scroll down. Enough of puddings. Scroll down. We've got some beautiful Jason Yenter fabric in the first out. You know I'm a fan. I know you're a fan too. So we've got some beautiful fabrics there. We've got a couple of really nice kits. Very, very limited quantities. We've got a gorgeous book from Jason as well. We've got our advent calendar too. More of that anon. And then, oh, look at that, Jason Yenter Sunshine Kaleidoscope. We've literally got one of those kits left. It's literally first come, first serve. Now, scrolling through, we've got what's coming up later on. We've got the Brother sewing machine. We've got the Brother embroidery machine too. We're going to do a deal on both of those. We've also got expert demonstration coming up. We've got lots of lovely backing fabrics. We've got tools and rulers that you need. I'll be doing some demos of those later as well. We've got it all going on, basically. We've got it all going on. And we've got a kit roundup as well coming up. Be absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, loads of stuff coming up. Loads of stuff coming up. Another little message from Hilary. Hilary's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you on Sewing Street this morning. That's brightened my day already. Thank you, Hilary. Oh, it's lovely to have your company. Don't forget, our wonderful early bird today is the Gutermann Creative Value Pack. Now, you're getting 12 reels of Gutermann Sew All thread, 100 meters on each. You're also getting 12 Schmetz Universal needles from size 70 up to 90s, and also a big bumper box of Prim pearl-headed pins. Very giftable, great price at $16.99. Now then, before we get into Jason Yenter, I just want to mention our fabulous advent calendar. Now, every single year I look forward to December the 1st to start opening the doors on my advent calendar. And I've noticed in the last couple of years the fashion for sort of grown-up advent calendars. Not that there isn't anything grown-up about chocolate, but I do love a grown-up advent calendar. This is sewing themed and it's exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. Now we've had this specially designed in-house and made. It's full of 24 gifts. You get a sewing gift every single day from the 1st of December right through to Christmas Eve. And then on Christmas Eve, you get your sewing gift, but you also get a £10 voucher to spend in January. Basically, when you spend £40, you can use your voucher and get £10 knocked off your bill. So it's like getting 25% off your order of £40 in January. So that's 25 gifts. 25 gifts for $39.99. Absolutely fantastic. Really lovely quality. Let me just show you. I'm going to just open door number 8. I'm just doing it. Just doing it. Picture the scene. It's December the 8th. We've just had croissants. It's time to open up. And look, in the 8th, you get this. It's metal. It's all made out of metal. This is a seam guide. Absolutely brilliant seam guide. These are about $2.99 to buy each one. $2.99 for that. So that's £3. You've got 25 gifts in your advent calendar, and they're all really, really useful things. I mean, I don't know exactly what's in it, but what I can tell you is, looking at the size and the shape of these, I'm thinking reels of thread, I'm thinking marking pens and pencils, I'm thinking there's probably scissors in there maybe. It's all good stuff. It's all good stuff, and it's all been hand-picked. I think it's fair to say there probably isn't a sewing machine in there, but you never know. You never know. But there's also, as I say, that £10 gift voucher on the 24th, as well as your sewing gift. There's 2 things. I think that's brilliant. Make sure you get your advent calendar, by the way, won't you? I was listening on the radio yesterday, and they were talking about people's buying habits for Christmas this year, and saying they think a lot of people are going to be buying very last minute, which is all well and good, except that if everyone does that, there'll be a sudden rush and lots of people will miss out. The smart money is grabbing yours now, and then you've got it in stock, and you're ready for December the 1st. Morning to Marie, who says, good morning, Stuart, lovely to see you. Well, it's lovely to have your company too. Georgina's got in touch to say good morning, Stuart, and team. They all say good morning. Becky, our lovely camera operator, is just waving her hands like this. It's marvellous. Maureen, who's in Derbyshire, has got in touch to say morning, Stuart and crew. There they are. They said morning. My favourite pud is apple crumble. Everybody loves crumble with loads of custard. After that, Christmas pudding. Love to all, Maureen. Oh, I am so with you. I love those traditional puddings. Christmas pudding, slices, fried, brandy butter. Boxing Day, do it. Morning, Stuart. My favourite pud is apple crumble and loads of custard. Sandra, who's in Glasgow. Ooh, yummy. Apple crumble is delicious, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. More crumble than apple, though, am I right? What about Karen in West Yorkshire? Gooseberry crumble or bread and butter with custard. Oh, Karen. See, now I say exactly. Charlie made a bread and butter pudding the other day. We had dinner with my parents-in-law, and they requested Charlie's bread and butter pudding. And I said, can we have it with custard? Because I think that's gorgeous. But I got told, no, it had to be with cream. What do you know? Tracy's got in touch. She's in Greater London. Good morning. Hi there. Is there a technical issue? As I cannot see any items on my phone today. I'd normally take a sneak peek before I leave for work. Tracy, our producer Ben just had a look on his phone and it's fine. Why don't you try refreshing your screen and just have a look and check? We haven't seen technical issues. If there are, perhaps I can put it out there. Could you have a little look, everybody, on your phone, just to make sure? Yeah, buy something and see if it works. Yeah, good, excellent. All right, excellent. Oh, Jan. Oh, Stuart, how could you? That's the 8th surprise ruined now. Is it, Jan? The box was open. The 8th was open. We've shown that loads of times, Jan. We've got several doors that we're allowed to open, and the 8th is one of them. Yeah, the 8th is one of them. All right. The other thing to let you know, of course, there are 46 sleeps till Christmas. How can that be? How can that be? Oh my goodness. Incredible. Fiona says there could be a flat pack sewing machine in the advent calendar. There could. There isn't. Jan, I'm just going to ruin another day. There isn't a flat pack sewing machine in the advent calendar, just so you know. But lemon meringue pie is my favourite pud. Kirsty says, morning Stuart, my favourite puddings are syrup, sponge and custard, then my mum's bread and butter pudding. I can't replicate it after 25 years of trying. Well, there's a certain something that mums put into their cooking that makes it taste better, doesn't it? Jill's got in touch to say, I will eat any pudding as long as it has cinnamon in it. Interesting. I once made Delia Smith's cinnamon ice cream and that was gorgeous. Right, I do need that. Thank you, darling. Okay, sunshine kaleidoscope. Now, this is Jason Yenter. We've got one of these kits left. Now, let me show you the quilt first of all. It's absolutely incredible. Oh, you're going to get a deal on this. It should be $239.99. Ben is in a bit of a wild mood today. You know what he's like when we get together. $179.99. There is one of these kits left. It is absolutely magnificent, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful colours. Absolutely gorgeous. All those beautiful rainbow colours. It's a kaleidoscope design, so actually it's so much simpler than you think it's going to be. You use this triangle template to cut out identical triangles from a border print. So in your kit, you're getting all your fabric that you require. Okay, so you get two and a half meters of your sort of backgroundy fabrics. Okay, so this is your like a crackle, almost like a crackle glazed fabric, and then you get your black. This is for edging your kaleidoscope blocks and also your binding. Okay, and then you get a whole bolt, 9.1 meters of the border fabric. Oh, while I show you this, I must just read out. Fiona's got in touch to say, my husband wants to say black pudding is his favourite, as you didn't say it had to be sweet. You're absolutely right. That's a legitimate answer. I'm not getting drawn into that. No, well done. Absolutely, Fiona's husband. I love black pudding. And while we were in Cork, I tried white pudding. And that is absolutely gorgeous too. Even Charlie liked that. I don't even know what's in white pudding. I probably don't want to know, do I? White pepper, apparently. Jolly good, nothing else. So this is your border print. It's amazing. And literally you're going to cut identical repeats using your template. I'd recommend freezer paper for doing that, because then you can iron it in place and it doesn't move. But you're getting literally a whole bolt of the. Look at this. Isn't it sensational? You get 4 repeats of this. And basically you're going to use some of this for your blocks, and then you're going to use some of this for your border. So the whole quilt is made out of just 3 fabrics. Absolutely incredible, isn't it? Really, really clever. The price has dropped from £239 to £179.99. Brilliant bargain, but we literally have one of those kits left. A message, please. Thank you very much. Morning, Stuart. My favourite is a steak pudding from Lynn in Cheshire. Steak and kidney pudding. Oh, you really cannot go wrong, can you? You really cannot go wrong. I once had a mushroom version, which was delicious, with suet pastry, steamed, was really, really yummy. That kit sold out. Well done if you got it. Wonderful. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Now, we have another quilt kit from Jason Yenter, and this is absolutely perfect for making for this Christmas, next Christmas, every Christmas. Now, you might want to get a really nice close look at this quilt, because you really have to see the detail in those blocks. Now, Jason Yenter does kaleidoscopes so beautifully, and in many ways, it's the same principle as the quilt we just saw. It's using a border print, it's using large triangles, and then piecing them together to create these sort of octagonal blocks. Actually, very, very simple. Very, very simple to do. I'm going to pop that to one side and I'm going to show you the fabrics that you get. So you've got your bit of cream. Not sure what that's for actually. I'm looking at the quilt. Oh, sorry. Backtrack a second. This is the one. Oh, I like that even more. This is the one. Sorry guys, sorry. I didn't realise it was double-sided. So you could make it dark and moody. That's what I'm channeling today. I don't know if you'd noticed. Dark and moody. But this is the version. That is absolutely amazing. I love that. I absolutely love that. I like the one with the dark background, but I absolutely love that. That is sparkling, isn't it? So beautiful. So beautiful. You've only actually got to make 4 blocks. Yeah, 4 blocks. So this is achievable for this Christmas. It's 64 inches square, so perfect for a wall quilt, but would look amazing on the top of a double bed. Absolutely beautiful. Let me show you what you get. So now I understand what the cream's for. And this isn't just a cream, and it's actually not even just a tone on tone. You've actually got gorgeous little snowflakes on there. It's really, really pretty. Really pretty. While you have a little close look at that, let me just say, Bex says, morning Stuart and everyone. Good morning, my darling. My aunt always makes all the family Christmas puds using my grand's recipe. It's unbeatable, especially with the lashings of brandy cream. Oh, my father-in-law always says when he gets his Christmas pudding, he wants a little bit of Christmas pudding and loads of brandy sauce. Best way, isn't it? Everyone seems to like the custard. Oh, Ben, you're a tinker. Stop it. Look at $129.99. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. Oh dear, I'm laughing because the gallery are currently doing a Christmas carol for me in my ear with all the voices, and Charlie, our director, sounds just like Mickey Mouse. That is the Mickey Mouse version, isn't it? Yeah, I thought it was. Look at this lovely plaid. Stop it. Now you've got this. This is for your binding. Now that's pretty special, isn't it, to have something like that as your binding? Obviously a plaid looks amazing because when you cut this, look, that is just gorgeous as a binding, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. This is from Jason Yenter as well, of course. All the fabrics are. And then your main fabric that you're going to use to create your kaleidoscope blocks and your border is this amazing border print. Now then, I'm going to open this right up so you can have a proper look. So you get 4 repeats of this from selvage to selvage. So it runs vertically, selvage along this side, obviously. It's just beautiful, isn't it? You've got the poinsettias and the hellebores or Christmas rose. You've got the holly and berries in there. You've got some mistletoe if you want a little kiss. You want a little Christmas kiss. Lovely. You've got a little bit of kind of fern. So these blueberries are gorgeous. That's not skimmier, is it? What is that, I wonder? But that blue is gorgeous. Just adding in that bit of blue really makes it kind of regal and elegant. Classy. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. Really amazing. Lots and lots of you putting this into your basket. Well done, you. We've only got 7 of these left. I'm just going to let you know we've got 7 of these left. Now, we shouldn't have launched them, matched the launch price, but Ben did. He's in that kind of mood. So it bodes well, doesn't it, really? So what you're going to do is cut out those triangles, those large triangles. And like I say, I would use freezer paper for that, or template plastic, but freezer paper's, you know, kind of cheap and cheerful. It's a nice, easy way. And that way you don't have to mark around the template. You can literally put your template over, iron it onto your fabric, and then the first time you do it, just use something like a Sharpie. Yeah, and just draw around a few of the little elements on the fabric. You'll be able to see them through the paper. You know, a little bit of a petal there, a little bit of a flower centre there on the paper. Cut that template out then with the fabric, And then when you move your template over to the next one, all you've got to do is line up those elements that you've drawn on the paper template with the elements on the fabric. Now, each of those templates you should be able to iron down about 8 times. And guess what? You need 8 repeats of the fabric. So you'll cut a new template from freezer paper for each one of your blocks. But as I say, you've only got to make 4 blocks and you're done. Absolutely brilliant. And that's a quick and easy and very accurate way of getting your fussy cut templates cut out. Another thing you can do, I mean, you won't need to, I've done Jason Yenter quilts before. They go together like an absolute dream. When you cut out your shapes, as tempting as it is to sort of play with them and arrange them and see the patterns, try not to do that if you can, because obviously your edges are going to be on the bias and you don't want to stretch them out of shape. But just get to your sewing, sew them together, press your seams open rather than to one side, because you've got lots of points coming together all at the centre. You've got 8 of those points coming. So press all your seams open, take your time, and you will get a fantastic result. Beautiful. Literally 4 of those kits left now. Well done if you've got yours. There are lots more than that in baskets. So basically now it's a race to see who can check out first. You get all of your fabrics. You get your quilt pattern as well. It's a 64-inch square quilt. This pattern would also work absolutely beautifully to remake with other fabrics as well. You don't have to use a border print to get the same effect. You could use something like a large scale K-facet fabric or Tula pink fabric. All you want to do is make sure that you're cutting out identical repeats as you go. You could even use this as a sort of almost like a stack and wax style project. Jan's got in touch to say, my favourite pudding is my daughter's Biscoff cheesecake. Oh, now you're talking. I can't say no to a Biscoff biscuit. And actually, I tell you what, I had Biscoff cheesecake. Charlie and I went on date night last week and we went to a place called Dessert Heaven in York and I had Biscoff cheesecake. It was lovely. I bet your daughter's is nicer though, Jan. Can't beat homemade. You can't beat homemade. Now, we've got some individual fabrics. Should we have a look at those? Can't resist. Do you want to do Christmas first? Let's do Christmas first. Okay. So I have got some Jason Yenter fabrics here. I'm going to show you them all together to start with. Now, it might be that you have previously bought a Jason Yenter kaleidoscope kit. You've got the template, you've got the pattern, and you're thinking, well, actually, I enjoyed making the other one. I want to make my own version. So you could do that. So let me just grab out. So we've got both of the border prints. We'll start with the cream. This is XG90. So this is the cream border print. So you could make your own version. First time it's been seen on its own. Now, just so as you know, if you were wanting to make that 64-inch square quilt, let me just tell you that you would need 6.5 yards of that border print. So you would need 13 units. Okay? This is what great value the kit is. When you think about the kit, it's fantastic value. So, you know, but if you wanted to make, say, a kaleidoscope cushion, you would need less. But you would still need enough to get 8 repeats out of. So, but remember that you have got 4 identical repeats across the width. So if you wanted to make a cushion, or probably 2 cushions, 3 cushions, that, you know, you could do it with a metre of fabric to do a cushion. It would also make the most gorgeous table runner, wouldn't it? You could either have it like that, just quilt it, bind it, that would be beautiful. But you could also use this to create placemats. So you could cut out the individual piece like this. I wouldn't have it as long as that, probably about, you know, up to about 18 inches, 16 or 18 inches. And then I would just put a bit of a border around it. We'll get to fabrics that you could use for the border in a second, but that is something to grab while you can. these border prints are so beautiful, they're so versatile, and even if you're not planning to do a make this year, that would be really worthwhile having in your stash. Now, if you wanted to go dark and moody, you can do that. We've got the black print version. So if I just grab the pattern for a second, that is this one. I know, isn't that rich, deep, elegant? Rich, deep and elegant. It's what I looked for in a husband. I didn't. All right, gorgeous, gorgeous. So same print, but with that black background with those snowflakes on. Isn't it beautiful? And it really makes the colours pop. If you were having maybe like an evening do on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, I think this is quite evening-y, isn't it? This is for that pattern, that party, Christmas Eve. We're doing that this year. Mum's coming over for a few days. We're going to make cocktails. Yeah, and I think a special table runner over the buffet table. Lots of us do that, don't we? Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. We do a buffet in the evening so that people can just pick, just to top yourself up. Yeah, the dinner's just gone down to about there, and then it's like, oh, I just need a little top up. Yeah, a few little sausage rolls, little turkey sandwich. Yeah, everyone's like, oh yeah, lovely. Bit of piccalilli, bit of cold ham. You hungry yet? Steph's got in touch. I'm getting hungry. Morning, Stuart. I do a chocolate cappuccino cake with chocolate ganache. I love a chocolate ganache. It's delicious. Also press all my seams open for a flatter finish. Well, fabulous. We've got food tips. We've got sewing tips. Steph, I love it. I love it. That cake sounds delish. So again, 1 metre of this would give you 8 identical repeats that you could do kaleidoscope for probably 2 or 3 cushions, which would be really nice. Or if you wanted to do a runner with some kaleidoscope repeats on, about 1 metre would do it. 1.5 meters. So that's quite a reasonable way of doing it. Don't need a lot of extra fabric. Now, talking of extra fabric, let me just... So the wonderful poinsettias as an all-over pattern. This is RS65. Now, look at that. Now, if you wanted a table cover, tablecloth, or you wanted to do kind of a quick and easy tree skirt for around the bottom of your Christmas tree, you could definitely use that. If you wanted to do some gorgeous quick cushions, then you've got a big enough motif here that you could cut out a large square. So I'll show you what I mean. This kind of large square here, and actually having that little bit in the sides. Do you know what I mean? If I just fold this down a little bit and show you what I mean, it actually creates its own corner unit, if you like. Do you see where I'm going with this? So that kind of, do you see, like that? And then what I would do then is to put a little bit of probably little cream border around, and then probably a little plaid like that. Oh, yummy. And also, wouldn't that make the most gorgeous placemat? Where's my turkey dinner? Come on! Actually, I had a turkey, stuffing and cranberry sauce panini for my lunch the other day. I was out doing the grocery shopping and I thought, I don't want to cook lunch when I get home. So I went into the cafe and had that for my lunch. And I felt so Christmassy. I did. It wasn't even Halloween. But anyway, that's gorgeous. Hope I'm giving you a few ideas at home of what you could do. Fiona says, we always do an evening buffet, but following a turkey meal, turkey sandwiches were banned. Savoury eclairs were the first item to disappear. Well, Fiona, I'm not sure if you've got me there. A savoury eclair. I think if I saw an eclair and I reached for it and there was something like chicken or mushrooms inside, I might... Do you remember when... Was it Miranda did a savoury muffin? The very idea. I don't know. I'm a little bit on the fence about that, Fiona. I want to trust you, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Steph's got in touch as well again to say, my favourite cake at the moment. The filling contains mascarpone and cream and coffee. I soak it in espresso coffee. It makes it lovely and moist. Ange says, I do a fabulous Paul Hollywood chocolate and almond tort. Who doesn't love a bit of Paul Hollywood? I don't know what you mean, Ange. A bit of Paul Hollywood. He's very handsome, isn't he? He's very handsome. Apparently, I spoke to someone who did a lot of photography for him. And this is very fussy about his shirts. His shirts are all ironed and starched until they could stand up on their own. And he literally walks around in a t-shirt until it's time for the picture. And then he'll put the shirt on, have the picture taken, and then the shirt comes off again. Little bit of gossip for you. All right, HP 12. So this is that all over poinsettia, but with a black background. Lovely. Gorgeous. And again, that's really lovely if you want to do something perhaps for the evening, something that's a bit kind of glamorous for the evening. Liking that. Lovely, lovely. All right, let's do that gorgeous plaid next. This is GH26. I think this would be really nice for a Christmas shirt. Yeah. I'm very into the plaid at the moment. Very into the plaid. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Diagonal print. So normally where you would buy it, it would be like this, wouldn't it? But so often in our designs, we want to use it on the bias. So for example, like the back yoke on a shirt looks lovely cut on the bias like that. Or bindings or sashings look lovely cut on the bias. But of course they're very stretchy. This is printed this way so that when you cut your strips, they're not on the bias, they're on the straight of grain. So they're completely stable. Much better, really clever. Really clever. This has been very, very popular, this one. This is fast selling out. Oh, Fiona says, you don't know what you're missing. Small 2-inch eclair, topped off with poppy seeds or sesame seeds with a cream cheese filling. You are getting me interested now, Fiona. I'm starting to... Yeah, I'm just, maybe, I don't know. Steph also asked, what's the difference between plaid and check or tartan? I love plaid. It makes things look classy and makes things look classy. Plaid, good. And good contrast to a floral print or plain. You're absolutely right, Steph. What's the difference? Well, I think it arose by any other name, really. Plaid, tartan, check. They're sort of all the same thing, really. I sort of avoid saying tartan because I always think tartans are very specific to Scotland, and that tartans have specific colours and specific weaves and things like that. So a check is 2 colours, same stripe pattern throughout, so something like a gingham, yeah? And same in the warp and the weft. That would be a check. Plaids, more than 2 colours, more variety. I'm saying this as I hear it, you can probably tell. Ben's just done a search. I think it's pretty interchangeable. I'm not one for rules. Yeah, Jill. Jill's asked, when did tartan stop being called tartan and called plaid? As I say, because I think tartan, I very much associate, there are Scottish tartans, but not every plaid is a tartan, but every tartan is a plaid. Okay, let's talk holly leaves and berries. I feel like I've just opened up a can of worms. Discuss. This is lovely. Has that gorgeous kind of illustrated look. Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. And then the last one we've got from Jason Yenter's Christmas range is that cream with the little snowflakes on. Beautiful. So if you want a nice kind of cream neutral, lovely for Christmas, lovely for winter projects, we got it. Now then, we're going to move away from that, and I want to grab a couple of Jason Yenter bundles. Now then, these are from his Resplendent collection. These are absolutely beautiful. We've got just a very few of these bundles. This is the first one. You get 5 half meters in these beautiful blues. Now let me show you the individuals. These are all gorgeous. They work out £6.99 a half meter. So you've got this fabulous all over print, absolutely gorgeous. Now this of course could be used for fussy cutting if you wanted to, which would look great, but it also just looks amazing in your piecing. Absolutely beautiful. Black background, all these different gorgeous glowy blues there. And just a little bit of soft green as well. That is stunning. Now then, this one here, oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Big kind of almost Indian floral. Deep blues, bright aquas. But again, it's stunning, isn't it? It's almost got a batik-y look to it. But I think these are digital prints. Stunning, so crisp, really lovely. Now the next one in that sort of deep blue has a look of almost like a lace overlay. This is really, really pretty. And also the background colour is not solid, it's sort of like a mottle. So there's variation in colour. That is lovely, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. We just have a very limited number of these bundles for £34.99. You get 5 half meters. This is from the Resplendent collection. This is HR04. We don't need the codes, do we? Again, this has got that mottled background. Can you see the lilac and pink in the background, as well as the aqua and the blue? And then that all over paisley. Absolutely beautiful. You could mix all of these blues with white. They would mix really well with black as well, if you really want to make them pop. And then this last one is a lovely sort of light aqua. But again, that background has got variation in it. It almost looks like a hand eye. Really pretty. So that's our little blue collection. Now we've also got a little brown and gold collection, slightly smaller. This is 4 half meters in here. Contains my very favourite bit of fabric, which I'm going to show you. Now there are literally 3 of these left. Check this out. The brown's been really popular. I don't blame you, it's gorgeous. That really does light my fire. It's like sort of glowing embers, isn't it? It's like your wood burner and it's all those lovely glowing embers. So beautiful. Yeah, warm, cosy. 3 left. This would be gorgeous for making a bag or 2. Very nice indeed. There's another, this is a black background. Again, it's got the look of almost a batik, because it's got that kind of mottled, almost hand-dyed look to the background, and then overprinted in the black. 2 left. 2 left. Fiona says, you're a classy chap, Stuart, so you could fill the mini eclairs with smoked salmon. Oh no, dill and horseradish cream cheese mix. It sounds delicious, in fairness. Could I swap it for smoked mackerel? Bizarrely, I don't really like fish very much, and smoked salmon I can't eat. But if I could swap it for smoked mackerel, that would be amazing. Horseradish, dill, cream cheese, that sounds amazing. Am I changing your mind and getting your juices flowing? You actually are. Now, yeah, you actually are. That sounds delish. This is a gorgeous, again, batik-y look. Mustard gold. Now, of course, if you want to do a different kind of Christmas stocking, can I just say, wouldn't this, I'm thinking, you know, I'm just going to do a little kind of, here's my little mock-up of my Christmas stocking here. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. Are you with me? There's my Christmas stocking kind of thing. Yeah. If you wanted something really rich and antique-y looking. Nice. And then your last one is this lovely cream tan. And again, the background has this multi-dimensional colour to it. So many of these in baskets. Grab it while you can. Now then, I'm going to blow your socks off with this next lot of fabrics. These are incredible. Just take a look. Oh, lovely, lovely. Right. Just to get your juices flowing first and foremost, I want to show you the two border prints. This is VS43 we'll start with. This is my absolute favourite fabric that Jason Yenter has ever produced. And I love all his fabrics. This is a border print. So you get 4 repeats. And I'll just hold it up so you can see selvage to selvage. So it runs vertically. So if you need 90 inches in length for the side of a quilt, you've got it in a continuous length. You just buy that length. So absolutely incredible. Now you don't have to do those kind of tall triangles to use this fabric effectively. If you used half square triangles for a sort of pinwheel, you could still do identical cuts and they would still create a gorgeous kaleidoscope effect. You could cut out squares and sew them together from identical repeats and you'd still get a kaleidoscope effect as well. I love the fact that the background is this almost, well, they're like mandalas, but it's almost got a sort of lacy look in the background. Just beautiful, beautiful fabric. And these colours really glow against that charcoal background. Stunning. So you can buy this by the half metre. If you are thinking stack and whack or, you know, kaleidoscope, you do need quite large quantities of fabric. 2 or 3 metres minimum, I would say. Now, if I tell you that we've got 9.5 metres left, so 4.5 metres left in total, one person could buy that. 4.5 metres would be a great amount to make something like a double bed size kaleidoscope quilt. So if you love it, grab it. Now we've also got the same fabric but with a cream background. Again, this is divine. Just have a look at that. And it's that sort of distressed background I just think is so smart. This is really beautiful fabric, isn't it? Something really different. Now even half a metre of this you could get some cushions out of, or table runner, placemats. Very, very nice. Kind of all the colours there. It reminds me actually of that kaleidoscope one that we started the show with, the rainbow. You could do something like that with it too. It's sort of rainbowy but a bit more toned down. Now fabrics by the half metre. I'm going to grab this stack here because I just want to show you that if you want to get yourself a little bundle, this, oh, that is completely delicious and is ready to go. Absolutely ready to go just as it is. Let's start LX90. So this glowy purple, multi-tonal, absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Wasn't it in ancient Rome that only royalty were allowed to wear purple? It was restricted, wasn't it? You were allowed to wear certain colours. Next one is JD64. So if you want to make your own bundle up, you'll need all of these. Half a metre of each or a metre of each. This one's got all those purples and pinks, but it's also got a little orange in there as well, which gives it that warmth and that fire. I'm imagining a quilt that was something like lots of different star blocks, all made out of these different purples and reds and oranges. This next one's going to be a favourite. This is BZ89. Now again, these are all regular print fabrics, but they have the most amazing batik-y look. Look at the glow in that fabric and the fire in there. It's got this little bit of what looks like gold. It's not actually a metallic, but it looks like it is. It's absolutely stunning. That would be really nice for dressmaking too. I'm thinking. Really good. Same print, but now we're moving more into the rusts and oranges. This is ZB17. Look at that. So if I just grab the other fabric for a second so you can see, this is the purple pink version. And then this now more of those kind of warmer orangey reds. Stunning. Are you thinking bundle here? I'm thinking little bundle would go so nicely. Next one, EV35. And again there, if you wanted to, you could pull out the more of the purple shades. If I bring one of the purples that I started with, these two would go together really beautifully. You could put these together for a bag maybe, 1/2 metre of each, and that would do it. And then the last one in my little mini bundle that I put together is KY36. So this again has all those wonderful sort of autumny shades, and now there's a little bit of green in there too. Now I always like fabrics that have got a little bit of green in. I love doing floral applique, and of course if a fabric's got a little bit of green in, it makes sense of then when I put green leaves and stems and things like that in applique, it can just help to bridge. So that's one little bundle. Let me show you another little bundle. So I'll just show you that bundle again, just so you can see those 6 fabrics together. Absolutely stunning mixture. Right, so here's another little bundle, again of 6. And these are those cooler colours. How's that? Beautiful, isn't it? Gorgeous. Right, let's start off with CU82. Oh, now this just makes me think of wisteria. Isn't that pretty? Those lovely kind of bright blues, leafy greens, spring greens, lilacs. Pretty, pretty. Now next up we've got QE20. This one has almost like a sort of pixelated look to it. It's ever so clever, isn't that gorgeous? And yet at the same time it's making me think of, oh gosh, what are those flowers that can be pink or blue? You know what I mean, don't you? Brain's gone. Oh. The blue, there's a Miss Marple, the case of the blue, not geranium, hydrangeas, thank you. Oh, were you all shouting hydrangea then? That's fab, love that. These are all good stash builder fabrics as well, aren't they? All right, oh, this again, this is my favourite fabric, VX87. This is that sort of almost like midnight garden look. Midnight at the Oasis. Do 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 do. Again, that little bit of gold in there that just, oh, it's just beautiful. Oh, Sandra's got in touch on Facebook. Said, when I grew up, a plaid, pronounced plaid, was the tartan blanket that was over the back of the couch, which you got to curry into when you were ill. Is that like cuddle down into? Love it. Oh yeah, tartan or plaid blanket, lovely. All right, this next one, GU84. Oh, that's lush. Absolutely lush. It's that combination of different colours, isn't it, that really sparkle and glow. 2 more in this little bundle. This would make a gorgeous bundle. RQ01. And then I've got 1 fabric that will go with everything. Again, it's those blues and greens mixed together. And that overprinting as well. Lots of this in baskets. Single figures, in fact, left. So danger zone. We're in the danger zone. Last one, JE. Oh, this is pretty. 6/7. That's lovely. 5 of these left. 2.5 meters, that's all. 2.5 meters. So if you wanted to make a shirt, oh, a shirt would be nice. Shirt would be really nice. Now that would be very, very, don't you think? That's nice. I'm thinking for a certain friend of mine. Morning, $9.99. Sold out. Wouldn't it? Yeah. Stuck for an idea for a gift. Why not make them a shirt? Look at that though. What a bundle. What a bundle. What a bundle. What a bundle. Just gorgeous. Read either of those. Now you need a neutral to go with either. That would work with both. I've got it. This is Jason Yenter ER08. This would go with either. So this is almost like an eggshell. There's 3 units left, 1.5 meters, that's all. But you could grab it if you're quick. It's almost that eggshell colour. So it's that kind of slightly tan, slightly pinky, bit of printing, little bit of texture. That is lovely. And that would go whatever you're choosing, either the warm or the cool. Nice, isn't it? Really lovely, really lovely. Okay, now got one more bundle I want to show you, but it's just a web image. We haven't got it here from the warehouse, but have a little look at this. It's £74.90. You get 5 meters of fabric in this bundle. Again, it's a gorgeous stash builder. I have actually got it. I lied. Well, I didn't lie, I just didn't know. So again, I'm quickly just going to throw this down into a bit of a... go on, just a little saving. There's a good lad. There's a good lad. There we go. Every good boy deserves favour. Do you remember that? Music lovers. They were the notes for cello. I don't know if it was for anything else. I think. Oh, yummy. That is beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. For £69.90. You get 1/2 metre of each. Delicious digital prints in lovely kind of abstract modern designs. Lovely. Really like that. Okay, good. Now, one last thing before we go for break. I have a book from Jason. This is called Florographics 5 Quilts from Jason Yenter. And these are some gorgeous quilt designs using his fabrics. Now, you could use these with batiks. You could use these with solids. Jason Yenter fabrics, of course. You've probably also got some kaif that you could do this with as well. You've got patterns for 7 different quilts. Okay, which I will just show you. He does highlight the different fabrics that he's used, but ooh, this is called estuary. That is beautiful. Oh, that's amazing. £2.57 per pattern, if you think about it. £17.99 for 7 designs. That is stunning. I love that quilt. Next one, this is called facets. Not K-facet. Not K-facet, facets. Beautiful. And again, you could fussy cut some of those shapes if you wanted to. Next, oh, that's doing things for me. Zigzag. Really stunning. Amazing design. Journey. using flying geese. And life's a journey, isn't it? Let's be honest. Oh, X-Trip Multi. Let's go on a trip. That's stunning. That is stunning. Make that for somebody who has the X Factor. Really good instructions, really thorough. Look at all these layouts. X-Trip in purple, that is stunning. Now I could see that made in K-Facet, couldn't you? Quite easily. Beautiful. $17.99 for this book. Yeah, which is very, very good value. And then, oh, that one might be my favourite. That's the Flora Graphics Strippy Weave. Oh, I can't believe that's made out of strips. That's gorgeous. Really cool. Oh, I think I might need that book. Lovely. And there's the man himself, look. There's Jason Yenter. A good-looking chap he is. Right. What a lovely hour. We're going to go to a break. Thank you for sharing all your favourite British puddings, by the way. It's British Pudding Day, so I'm going to go and make myself a quick bread and butter pudding and eat that, which I should be able to do in 3 minutes. When we come back after the break, I'll be welcoming Becky Cole here with the Brother FS250. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, my lovely friends. I didn't think I was ever coming back then. Welcome back to Sewing Street. It's 9 a.m. My goodness me. Has it stopped raining yet? I do hope so. Anyway, thanks for joining us here on Sewing Street. It's wonderful to have your company on British Pudding Day. Let me just start by introducing our fabulous guest for this hour. It's my old mate, Becky Cole.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm so well.
It's
Hi.
fabulous to have you here. An amazing brother ambassador.
I'm a bit of a brother fan.
You are a bit of a brother fan.
Bit of a brother fan.
And a super sewing expert as well. Becky's too modest to tell you this, but Becky actually is a TV sewing producer, so she's actually worked on some really, I can't name them for legal reasons, but you can probably guess, some really big sewing shows where she's a sewing producer. So you are absolutely an industry expert.
I like to think I know my stuff.
You know your stuff,
I think
Becky.
I know my stuff.
You certainly do. And Becky's a fabulous advocate for Brother. So if you've got any questions to ask about Brother sewing machines or about sewing generally, do get them into us, won't you? studio@sewingstreet.com. But also, you have been doing shopping TV for years, haven't you?
Do you know what? It's coming up to 5 years now,
Is
which is a little
it?
bit mental. I can't believe
Amazing.
it's been 5 years.
Yeah, it's really cool. I think you get a clock in 5 more years.
Do
I? Think you
I?
get a clock. I think you get something.
Oh, thanks.
Definitely get something. So, lots of demos coming up from Becky. I've got to ask, because it's British Pudding Day, what's your favourite British pudding?
Oh, do you know what? I find picking favourites really hard because it depends on the day, but I'm pretty much always happy to have an eaten mess.
Eaten mess.
Because it's basically a pavlova gone wrong.
That you've dropped.
Anything where, you know, I can mess it up and it still looks great.
Yes.
It's good with me.
That's the point, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, if only life could be like eaten mess. It was meant to look like that. Thank you. Yes, a deconstructed meringue.
Yeah.
Good, excellent. All right. Now, let's talk deals. Let's talk deals. So let's get the details up on screen for our Brother FS250. That's the machine of the hour. We're going to be focusing right in on the Brother FS250. Now, this is an amazing sewing machine, a computerized sewing machine from Brother with a hard case, an extension table, 10 different feet, including loads of speciality dressmaking feet and general sewing feet that you get here, including things like automatic one-step buttonholing, a button sewing foot, blind hemming, overlocking stitch, you name it, the Brother FS250 has got. Alphabets, we can program our machine, we can do repeats, just incredible. It's for that amazing price of £399. Or is it? There we go. When do we do this with sewing machines? Almost never. £369 for your Brother FS250. You've already made a saving there. This is ready for Christmas, isn't it? You'll have your machine in maybe a week's time. Comes direct from us here at Sewing Street, so probably a shorter time than that. All included, of course, with your £3.95 daily postage charge. You also get some freebies with your machine. Let me show you what you're going to get. You get £32 worth. You're going to get 2 different exclusive panels. One of them is a collection of 40 different poppy themed squares. This is beautiful. Isn't that stunning? Just gorgeous. They're all printed at 5 inches square, so you can cut them out or you can use the fabric just as it is. I think that would be awesome for cushions or a bag. Really lovely. It's both sides. And then you also get a second poppy panel. You get 2 panels. This one's lush because this has got loads of different stuff on it that you could use for a plique. Look at that. So this is a gorgeous kind of inspiration. You could use this to create a gorgeous cushion there. So you've got your poppies, creating a sort of wreath. Be nice to applique something in the centre there. You've got your all over poppy fabric. And then you've got all your applique elements as well. So I'm thinking 3-dimensional applique.
Oh, that would be very nice.
Really cool. Again, you're getting that for free with your FS250, which we've already just reduced the price on. And then you're also getting a set of 4 reels of thread as well. Now, each of these reels of thread is 3... Oh, hang on, wait a minute. I'm just getting like that now. 500 metres on each spool. 500 metres of thread. Brilliant. Bright pink, bubblegum pink, bright yellow and blue. Gorgeous. Right, okay. Let's talk machines. Becky.
Yes.
First of all, just tell me, why Brother?
So I've been using Brother machines pretty much my whole career. I've been sewing for over 30 years, since I was 7. That's when I first started sewing, and I learnt on my grandmother's little hand-wound one. Then my parents bought me a very, very beautiful electric mustard yellow
that's quite special.
Machine from a car boot sale for about £5 when I was probably maybe 9 or 10. And then when I went off to go to university, I actually trained as a period pattern cutter in London. So that was my university experience. So I was like, right, I need a decent machine. Went into a shop, and this guy who owned the shop went, have you considered this Brother machine? And I head over heels in love straight away, bought that. It lasted me over 20 years.
Amazing.
When that had to go to the tip, it was like losing a child. It was honestly just part of my
bond with your machine, don't you?
Honestly, it's like an extension of yourself.
Or you buy a machine which absolutely doesn't do it for you. You grow out of within a matter of weeks or months.
Exactly.
And then have to end up buying another one. And that's not going to happen with this machine, is it?
No. So I've been a massive Brother fan ever since that experience. And what I love about Brother, so the Japanese manufacturing, so the Japanese do things right. It's all about attention to detail, getting the fine mechanics right, and the quality of the mechanisms in it. In all the Brother machines, amazing. You've also got this lovely continuity between Brother machines. So the one I bought 25 years ago, or however long ago it was now, the iconography on that, so how the buttons look, the markings, etc., still the same today. The feet that fitted that machine still fit this machine.
Cool.
So if you need to replace your Brother machine going forward, you don't have to rebuy all the feet. It all just carries on.
It's good to
and
know.
you can go from Brother machine to Brother machine and pretty much work out how to use it, because there's this lovely continuity across it, which I absolutely love.
Easy enough for a beginner to use?
So easy. So with this machine, I'll tell you a story. I have made a wedding dress using this machine.
Wow.
So that is the expert end of what you're going to be doing with a sewing machine. That's pretty much the toughest thing you're going to have to make, because it wasn't even mine, it was somebody else's. So the pressure was real. But also, when my kids were 7, sat them in front of this machine and off they went.
Yeah.
So that is the opposite end of absolute beginner who'd never ever used a sewing machine before in their lives.
I think that's a really good point. And straight out of the box, it's very intuitive, it's very easy to use. This would make an ideal first machine.
Yes.
But if we're really experienced and we demand everything from our machine, is this the right one?
Absolutely. I mean, we've got 250 stitches here. Now, when I say 250 stitches, that's 250 utility stitches and decorative stitches. So we've got this gorgeous, so I'll show you. Shall I tip it like that? Is that the best way of doing it?
If you turn it right round.
I'll turn it right round. There we go.
That's perfect, yeah.
Yeah, bear with me while I learn this system. So we've got the stitches on here. So here are your 250 utility stitches, and you're never going to lose this either. It's not going to scratch off.
It's really clever.
It's not going to go anywhere. We've got this little flat flip chart. However, we also, if you look at the top, have 3 fonts hidden in there. They are not included in your stitch count.
3 fonts?
3 fonts on this one. So that is an additional, do the maths, 55 times 3? How many is that?
10, 165.
165 additional stitches on top.
Amazing.
So actually it's over 400 stitches.
I didn't realise they were on top of the 250. I
Yeah.
thought that was including. And alphabet-wise, we've got a solid capital.
Yeah, so we've got sort of a standard straight stitch font, an italic font, and this open font as well. And we've got all the full alphabet. You've got ampersand, question mark, exclamation mark, all your numbers, and then we've got some specialist characters as well. I'll tip it forward. You can see.
Yes, if you've got a Bjorn in the family, not a problem. Not a problem.
So yes, the specialist characters in there as well.
Yeah, gorgeous. We've already got a question for you. Donna asks, I make bags. Hey, I hear ya. Is this machine heavy duty enough to go through multiple thick layers?
Yes, it is. I would recommend adding the walking foot into your package if that was the case, because that's going to really help deal with all those multiple layers and those thick layers.
And what size needle do you recommend for bag making?
It depends on the fabrics, because you want to match your needles to the fabrics. So I would go for something heavy duty, so a 16 or an 18 size needle.
Like a 90 or 100?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the sort of stronger needles, I mean, if obviously you can get denim needles, you can get ballpoint needles for jersey, you know, there are various different things, but avoid the finer needles. You want something with a bit of grunt.
But yeah, I mean, in terms of heavy duty, I usually do what I call a stress test on machines, and I will get things like heavy denim or heavy upholstery fabric, and then wadding, and then fold them like 4 times, so you end up with 8 layers of fabric and 4 layers of fabric, 4 layers of batting together, and put them through the machine, and it goes through absolutely beautifully. But as Becky says, invest in a walking foot. We've got that on the show, and also it's about the right needle as well, something more heavy duty. Yes. Great question answered, thank you.
You're welcome.
You were saying, so we've got 400 odd stitches.
Yes.
What kind of threading loading system have we got here on the machine?
Okay, so it's really simple. When I learned, and this is something else that I love about the Brother machines, when I learned to sew, it was like learning another language. You're probably the same. Yeah. It's, you know, there's a lot of jargon involved in sewing, and a lot of fiddly techniques in using a machine that, you know, you kind of had to have somebody teach you physically how to do these things. Another thing I love about Brother, I was going to say that a lot. What I love about Brother, another thing that I love about the Brother machines is the fact that they kind of demystify all of that and take away as many of those fairly unnecessary processes as possible. For example, a needle threader. We've got so many hidden blades in here that cut the thread, so you don't have to pass your thread up through the bobbin. You don't have to get your thread up from the bottom when you're sewing, unless you want to do a gathering stitch or something where it's a specific technique. But yeah, no, so that they absolutely simplify everything.
Yeah, it is really easy. And I know from experience with friends or people in classes who are very new to sewing, one of the things that often holds back an absolute beginner is fear of threading.
Yes.
And if you need that put into context, think about how most people feel about threading an overlocker. Well, absolute beginners get like that with just a sewing machine because it feels so foreign.
Yes.
This is very easy, and everything's printed on the machine as well, isn't it? The path to take.
There are so many ways that you can learn to use your Brother machine, and when I say learn, I'm talking about threading it up, winding the bobbin, but also how do I change the sewing machine foot? How do I do this? How do I do that? You've got your instruction manual. Brother make the best instruction manuals because they're very clear, they're very concise, they have great diagrams in there if you're a visual learner. You also get a DVD.
Yep.
So you can pop that DVD into your DVD player, follow along literally in real time how to do it.
Will that work on my laptop if I've got a disc drive?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
So we can
absolutely.
watch
As long as you've got the
not everyone's got a
facility.
DVD player anymore.
No, as long as you've got the facility to play DVDs through your computer or your laptop, then absolutely. But if you don't want to use the DVD, you can also follow the lines that are drawn on the machine. So the dotted line is, I'll show you, the dotted line here is the basically the bobbin, and the solid line is the top thread, and it's all numbered, so you literally just follow the numbers. There you go, you can see number 1. So this is how you would take your thread, and this is the first step for the top thread. On top of that, can you see this customer helpline written on the machine just below it? You can ring these guys up and they will answer any of your questions.
Perfect.
So it can be how to thread up the machine, it can be how to wind a bobbin. Also, if your machine's making a funny noise or you know something's got jammed and you're not sure, ring them up and they will deal with it. And on top of that, there's an app which you can download.
I didn't know about the app.
There's an app, and the Brother app has all of the manuals for all of their machines in there. It's got troubleshooting, all kinds of things. Yeah.
Susan got in touch to say, morning everyone. Stuart, I bought a new machine this year and a game changer for me is the automatic threader that works. My previous one didn't work, it was second hand. I would like another machine because you can never have too many. Well, a lot of people buy this machine as their workshop, take to classes, take to quilt club, because it is portable, isn't it? It's quite easy to carry.
It is really light. It's got a really handy hold at the back, so you can lift that around, and it does have the hard case as well. So, which is a game changer. I mean, Brother only give hard cases to machines of a certain value.
Yeah.
So this gives you a clue of what the value they actually put on this machine.
Amazing.
But this is the difference between this and when you just get like the fabric ones. A, it means it's meant to be transportable, and B, that you can put that in the boot of your car, you can store it under the stairs, you can do whatever, and nothing's going to damage your machine because you want to protect your investment. Well, and if you don't have a dedicated
space either, if you're constantly having to create your sewing space in the kitchen or sitting room or wherever you do your sewing, and then store your machine in between times, it's protected. You also get the extension table. It's amazing to get this included.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because these are like £25–30 a piece, aren't they?
Yeah.
And this just comes with your machine. Mine never comes off.
No.
Unless I'm using the free arm.
Yes.
Will you just show us how you accessory box, free arm, that kind of thing?
So this is the accessory box in here. So this, you can open this while it's attached to the machine. I'll show you what's in there in a second, but this just comes off like that, and this is your free arm. So if you're doing hems, the trouser hems or sleeves or cuffs or anything like that, and then your extension table literally just slides on like this, and this gives you a much bigger working area. So if you're doing bigger projects like bigger garments, bigger quilts, that kind of thing, you've got that extra space and support for your work.
Fab. Some more messages. Fiona's got in touch to say, I went for the Brother, still getting to grips with it, but what impressed me is the variety of feet that are available, and they're not expensive compared to some makes. I think that's a really good point. We get 10 feet with the machine.
14 feet.
14?
You get 14 feet with this machine. Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, and actually, they are mostly stored in here. Fab. So this is the little storage cabinet that was on the front of the machine that we removed, and there's all your feet. And actually, if you lift this out, you've got a little storage caddy underneath there as well. So there's even little bits on there, and so you can keep your little screwdriver or any other bits in there. So these are what we call your utility feet. These are the ones that you're probably going to use pretty much every day in your everyday sewing. So just to kind of run through, the one that's missing is actually the one that's on the machine. So that's the J foot, that's your universal foot, and that's how it will come when it's delivered to you with that foot attached. We've got your monogramming foot here, so this is for your decorative stitches and using those fonts. This is your button applying foot. Now, when I learned how to apply buttons using my sewing machine, that was a happy day for me.
It's like a light bulb literally goes off over your head.
It was amazing because, don't get me wrong, I love a bit of hand sewing when it's my choice.
Right.
When I'm forced to do hand sewing, I'm very rebellious and I don't want to do it.
And also as well, if you're sewing on, like I remember making a shirt for Charlie and he wanted double buttons all the way down the front. I love a double button because then you can decide just how much of the chest you want to show, a little or a lot. But that is a lot of buttons to sew. There's already probably 9, so now we're talking 18.
Yeah,
and
the
cuffs and collar. I mean, you can literally have them all sewn on in about 20 minutes using your button sewing foot.
Probably even quicker than that, potentially.
Yeah.
If you get in a rhythm of it. So button applying foot, amazing. This beast of a foot is your one-step buttonhole foot. Absolutely love this one as well. Again, whoever invented one-step buttonholes.
The slider in the back for Becky.
Oh, sorry, this
You're playing with it.
Sorry. You could just read my mind and guess. This is where you put the button. So if you pop a button in here, you then adjust it to grip onto the button, like so.
Yep.
And then this sets this distance here. And there's a little, if we get time, I'll show how to do the buttonhole. There's a little lever you pull down and it sits between these 2 points. And when you start to sew, these have basically activate a sensor in the machine to make it turn around and go back again. So then when you produce your buttonhole, it's exactly the right size for your button.
That's genius.
Absolutely genius.
That is absolute genius. I have a very expensive brand, a very expensive Swiss brand, a sewing machine. It's an older one. You have to manually do the buttonholes.
Oh, really?
I mean, it costs thousands of pounds. You have to manually do the buttonholes. This is really high-end technology in a machine for £369. And I would actually stick my neck out here and say that I think for what you get with this machine, this is the best value sewing machine I know about.
Absolutely.
It's incredible value for £360. The foot package, the stitch package, the covering case, the extension table, everything that you get. In my opinion, this is the best value machine there is.
I would expect to pay double.
Me too.
At least.
Me too.
For all of that.
Yeah, and then have to buy some of the feet separately as well.
Yeah.
A couple of nice messages as well. Viv says, morning Stuart and Becky, I did buy this machine and it's a real workhorse. So much so now I have 4 brother sewing machines and I've only been sewing for 7 years.
Amazing.
Love it. Blarjard's got in touch to say, good morning. I have the brother and the embroidery machine. We'll get to that at 11. Very well used. Could Becky demo the adjustment tension screw on the bobbin case? You need to adjust it for shearing elastic. I only found out about 2 years after getting my machine. We might have time for that. We'll try. Adjusting the tension on the bobbin.
Yep.
Fiona asks, does this model have square action feed dogs? This is square action.
Yes.
Yeah, it does. So your feed dogs come up, across, down and back, up, across, down and back. So the Juki ones are elliptical, so they go like this. Most sewing machines are a box feed.
Yes, to be honest, I've never been asked that question. I think it is.
It
yes.
is. Yeah.
But yeah.
Cool. All right. What can you show us?
Should I just finish running through these feet?
Mm-hmm.
There's so many feet.
There are.
So many feet. The only other feet, so we've got blind hemming feet. We have got an overcasting foot, which is your, for sort of to create that overlocked effect, and your zipper foot. So those are your utility feet. I'm going to bring in all of the other feet because...
There's loads.
Ready? I'm just going to...
Now you never get these included. You never get these included normally. You have to buy all of these separately normally. What have we got there?
You want to think a brother foot is between 10 and 20 pounds. So you're looking at what we've got, a minimum of 140 pounds worth of feet here.
Yeah.
If not nearer 200.
And the machine's only £369.
It's incredible.
It is.
Absolutely incredible. So these are your extra feet that you're getting. So we have a straight stitch foot. This is brilliant for your sheer fabrics. Anything, basically there's a tiny little hole where the needle goes and a very wide plate, and that supports your fabric for when you are stitching your shears. So it helps to stop puckering and laddering and that kind of thing. But obviously you want to make sure you've got a nice sharp needle as well. This is the gathering foot. I really want to show you how this one works.
Please.
Because this is my favourite. This is basically witchcraft, this one. I cannot work out how it works. I can't work out the engineering of it, but it's like magic. So I'd love to show you that. This is your non-stick or your Teflon foot.
Favourite.
Yeah, this is great. The lady who wrote it in about bag making, really, really good. If you're using faux leathers or any PVCs, anything that's a bit sticky, this is going to help feed that fabric through. Narrow roll hem. I used to use this foot all the time when I was making wedding dresses and bridesmaids dresses, because you're using sheer fabrics, and with a sheer fabric you need a very, very fine hem. Now if you don't have an overlocker that does a narrow roll hem, you need to do a narrow hem. So this will do that for you. So I'll try and show you that one as well, because I think that's a really good pin tuck foot. To create your really lovely pin tucks. This is your piping foot. Now I've also used this for invisible zips. Brother do an invisible zipper foot, which is great. So you can add that to your pack, but you know, later on you can add one of those to your sewing kit. But I have used this in the past as well, because the purpose of this is you adjust it so that it stitches right up against close to the edge where you need to stitch. So you can use it for piping. And
yeah, I use mine for piping, which adds such a classy touch to your project.
Absolutely.
What's that last one?
This beast is your bias binding foot. This one's a little bit fiddly to sort of get into action, but I'll show you. It is actually, once you've got the hang of it, it's so simple. And even though it's probably the fiddliest of these feet, it's still less fiddly than having to unpick your bias binding 14 times.
There is that. There is that. Great. Okay, fab. Let's have a look at the machine in action.
Yeah.
Let's show us what it can do.
So let's get it all threaded up.
Oh, perfect.
So you can see that. Another thing that I love about this is the storage of it. So the actual spool holder is in there, and your spool cap is just on the edge there. Stores on the end like that. You just take it off. You get 3 different size caps, depending. Now I don't know if I can do this backwards.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No worries.
I think that's testing my ability. Although I'll have to give it a go one day. Right, so I'm just going to follow the dotted lines. This is a little tension wheel, and this is one of the hidden blades that I said about. You know, we talked about feeding it up through the hole here. You don't have to do that on this. I'm just winding it around round clockwise a little bit, and just in here is a little blade. So if I pass my thread through, it grips the thread, and that is now my bobbin ready to be wound. So you know, if you do find maybe dexterity is a bit of an issue, you can't, you know, it's a bit of a struggle to thread needles and things, threading up through the bobbin is a similar process. You know,
yeah, true enough, it's fiddly, and you don't have to do that. And also, as well, this is a top-loading bobbin.
It is a top-loading bobbin. So in here we've got this clear door, which means you can see as well when your bobbin is running low, because we all know the joy of having sewn for 20 minutes with no bobbin thread.
We do know that joy.
So this drops in, so you hold it like a letter P, and then you drop it in, and again there's a little arrow and another little blade, and that cuts off the thread just in there, and that's my bobbin ready to go. I don't have to try and feed it up through the bottom of the machine.
You have to bring the bobbin thread up before you start sewing.
Unless you specifically need to for a specific type of thread, you know, stitch.
Like if I'm doing my free motion quilting, I want the bobbin thread on the top of my work.
Yes.
So I leave a long tail. I don't.
Yes.
I have to remind myself though, because I get it's so automatic, isn't it, to cut the thread off.
Absolutely.
Fiona's got in touch. I like this. Anyone thinking of buying the machine, this is excellent quality and value for the amount of feet you get with it. I paid double for my larger brother machine and I didn't get these extras. Really good point, Fiona. Beck says, it's my first computerized machine and I love it. She asked a question too. I'll ask the question, we'll answer it later. She asked, my only thing, when I use Gutermann's very thick thread, I can't seem to quite get the tension right. Can you explain tensioning for me? Which we will. Donna also says, looks like a great machine. I think the only thing it's missing that's on my wish list is a knee lift option. Knee lifts are wonderful, but they do tend to be in machines that are kind of £1,000 plus.
They are a sort of a higher end
thing.
They are. I do agree. I love a knee lift. Absolutely love a knee lift. Once you kind of get used to it, you're sort of looking for it when you're trying to sew.
It's true.
But I mean, you don't miss it with this. You really don't. So
we have a needle threader.
Needle threader. So I've paused at this point just to show you the needle threader, because I think this is a game changer for a lot of people as well. And I mean, my mother-in-law has this machine, and she for ages she was like, I can't use it, I can't work out how to do the needle threader. So I showed her, and absolute game changer.
Yeah.
So it might be that if you've never used a needle threader before, this might feel a bit strange, but just trust me, once you get the hang of it, it's gonna revolutionize everything. So there's a little hook here. So I've hooked behind the needle as I would normally, and there's a little hook here. I'm going to show you the action without the thread. There's a hook here that as I pull down, should I spin it around? I don't know if I'm going to be able to show you.
That's great.
Right, so as I pull this down, can you see that bit that's gone through
Yeah,
the
it
needle
kind of
there?
pops round.
That's throwing a tiny little hook through the needle that you then hook the thread through, and it. I'll try and do it this like backwards.
Great.
Let's test my ability. You can't see because my hand's in the way anyway. There you go.
But it's as simple as that.
It is as simple as that. If you are finding that your needle threader isn't working, just test that the needle is at the top. Now, you don't have to actually touch the flywheel to make sure that the needle's at the top, although there is a little line marked on the flywheel that if that's lined up, then you know that the needle's at the top. There's actually a button on the front that lowers your needle down and back up again. So as long as you've pressed it and it's up, it will be at the top point and your needle
It's a
threader
brilliant
will work.
thing, that, isn't it? Needle up, needle down.
Yeah.
And my top tip, when you're sewing, if you need to finish in an absolute precise position, say for pivoting, what I do is sew until I'm almost there. No one can get exactly there with the foot pedal. I get to within a couple of stitches, and then I use the needle up down, because if you press that twice, you'll get one more stitch. Press it again twice, you get one more stitch. So you can literally just take those last couple of stitches very precisely.
Absolutely. So I'm going to do the narrow roll hem foot first, because this is a clip-on foot. So of the 14 feet that you're getting, 2 of them require removing the shank. Which is this part here. You can see the screw there. This part here, the rest of them all clip on, and you just press this little button at the back and the foot drops away. Now, I'll just show you something else that I love about this machine. If you can have a real close look on the foot I've just taken off, can you see that letter J that's in the middle?
I can.
That is embossed onto the foot. Now I'll do this up here. There's a J on the machine, on the box here. So there's a J there as well, and that slots in. Okay, now if I spin this round and you have another look at the screen, okay, so here's the screen here. Can you see there's a letter J at the top here? So this is the machine telling me I need my J foot. If I use these buttons down here and change, can you see it's gone to an N, an A? A is your buttonhole foot. J again, N again. So you've got R, you've got G. I'm trying to find some more. But there you go. So you can see that you don't need to know which foot does what of the utility feet.
And you don't need to grab your manual.
No.
Just get the right foot, the machine tells you.
Yeah, you've got plenty of time to learn the names of the feet. At the moment, you've just got J foot, R foot, G foot, A foot. Don't need to know them.
No.
Brilliant.
This is true. You don't need to be a sewing expert to sew like an expert.
Not at
You
all.
need the right equipment. This is it. This is
love it.
absolutely it. It's fabulous. Bex, just to go back to your question about tension, one of the tips I would have, if you're using very thick thread in your machine, it's often quite ideal to put that in the bobbin rather than in the top, and then sew from the other way around.
Yes.
Yeah, so that your bobbin thread shows on the right side of your fabric. So for example, if you're quilting with very thick threads, I'm talking like 15 weight here, really thick, or 30 weight, I would put them in the bobbin. Any other tips for working with?
Make sure you've got a needle with a big enough eye.
Yep.
Because obviously you want the thread to be able to pass through the needle. So just making sure that you're using a good brand of needle and that the weight is right for the thread, as you know, the size needle is right for the thread and for the fabric. But yeah, I mean, it's so easy to adjust the tension. I would always just test your fabric first and then adjust accordingly.
So when you're adjusting the tension on the machine, the top tension,
yes.
How do we do that?
So that's this little dial up here. And actually, if I get time to show you the gathering foot, this is what we're going to be playing with. So where you can see this line between 3 and 5, this is your normal tension, okay? So you can loosen the tension or tighten the tension, depending. So you can go, it goes from sort of 0 round to 9.
So in terms of tight or loose,
yeah,
which is which?
So 0 is 0 tension,
right?
Loose as you can go, and 9 is tight. So we're tightening it up or loosening it off depending. If you are consistently having to use your machine outside of this range and you're not using specific fabrics, etc., then it may be a case of either rethreading your machine up so that you can see if that corrects it, or it might be time to get your machine serviced.
Yeah, if I'm being absolutely honest, I cannot remember the last time I touched the tension on my machine. So if you, like as you said, if you're regularly getting issues, I think you need to go back to basics. And is it still true to say with the Brother righty tighty, lefty loosey?
Oh, I don't know. I've never thought
when
of
you're
it that
moving
way.
the dial.
Let me think of this. I don't know my left from my right, so I can't answer.
Well, I'm just thinking if you go to the right, the numbers go up. So righty tighty,
yes, it is.
lefty loosey.
I just think of it as 0 tension. There's nothing holding.
It was May Martin. May Martin taught me that.
Oh, I love that.
Just drop that little name for you. Right, show us this rolled hem.
Oh, so love it. So I've clipped the foot back on, so it just clips on in exactly the same way. I'll show you. There's it come off. You just line it up, clip it in, and it's on. Okay, so I'm using, well, we don't want that stitch, we want that stitch. So this is a sheer sort of organza type fabric. I'm going to show you how to do a narrow roll hem on this. So at the front of the foot is a tiny little scroll of metal. I get that underneath there. And so I'm going to start stitching. Actually, I'm going to move my needle. I want the needle in the middle. So I'm going to go for stitch number 2, which puts my needle in the center. Brother machines kind of start to the left on default, and then you can adjust it. However, you can adjust the settings when you get your machine home to make it start in the, when you turn your machine on, it starts in the middle, if that's something that you prefer.
And the default as well is that every time you stop sewing, the needle is in the down position, which most of us prefer.
Yeah.
Can we set the machine so it's always needle up?
I think so, yes. I'm pretty sure you can. I've never really done that because I like the needle to be, I like it to be down because it grips your fabric.
Yes. So you pass the fabric through that little metal scroll at the front, and that is what actually turns that little narrow hem, isn't it?
It is. So I'm going to start that again because basically with this foot, once you get going, and it's one of those feet that does pay to kind of take it a little bit slower, take your time with it, because what you don't want to be doing is unpicking sheer fabrics.
Right.
Because that's going to cause you issues and damage your fabric. So once you kind of get it going, so let me get it going and then I'll explain more what's happening.
Just want to remind you as well, the deal that we've got on screen, £369 plus those freebies, actually ends at midnight tonight. Probably should have said that earlier, shouldn't I really? So if you've got the machine in your basket, you need to act quickly. We've got stock, and we've bought stock in ready for Christmas. This would make the most amazing Christmas present either to yourself or to a loved one. But we don't have endless stock, and we don't have massive stocks actually, that's the truth. We're okay right now. However, I mentioned earlier on about lots of people waiting until right before Christmas to do their shopping. I understand the sense in that, but there is also going to be a lot of people doing that all at the same time. We will run out. We will run out, and we will not have this deal either. So I would grab this while you can. Today's a good day to buy the machine.
Definitely.
There we have our rolled hem.
We have the rolled hem.
Look at that.
Yes, so there's the scroll at the front of the foot. I'll bring the foot in so that you can see this scroll. This part here is the bit that you feed the fabric through, and it sort of turns it under on itself. And you can see how that
amazing.
It
looks like you're super skilled, but actually it's the foot.
I'm very skilled.
You are super skilled. I should just to backtrack. Becky, you are super skilled, but actually it's the machine that did that, wasn't it?
It is. I'm only winding you up. But this is why it's really important. So this is a sheer fabric. So there's your roll hem. But if I turn it over, you can see, because it's a sheer fabric, you can see the hem from the other side.
Yeah, you can.
So you need to make sure, that's why it's really important to have a neat hem, because you can see both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Gorgeous, nowhere to hide.
Nowhere to hide.
You've done a hem on it. Can you gather it?
I can gather it.
Can you gather it? I want to see that gathering foot in action. Susan's messaged in while you changed the feet. Righty tighty, lefty loosey. It actually applies to most turning things like screws and taps. I always chant it under my breath when I'm unscrewing it. Susan, I'm going to be doing that from now on too.
I do with the hose pipe.
Do you?
Yeah, I just have never really thought of it on
righty tighty, lefty loosey.
Yeah, but I do not know my left from my right, so it tends to confuse me more. I'm just going to change my needle. I don't know, it's just sounded a little bit clunky when I was sewing, and that is usually a sign of a blunt needle. So yes. I'm going to do lefty loosey. And I can show you how to change the needle as well.
Yeah, perfect.
So there's a tiny little screw just here. You can just about see where my finger is. I just loosened. Now, the machine needles, if you look at the top of them, it's impossible to see on the camera, so I'm not going to show you. It looks like a letter D, and the flat part of it sits towards the back of the machine. So it will only go in one way anyway. So, and then just I always like to do a nice extra turn, just so it's nice and tight, because there's a lot of vibration that goes through the moving parts of the machine, so through the feet and the needles. It's really important that
That's a really good point, actually.
Really in there tight, because
I was doing some really fast machine quilting the other day, and my needle dropped out because I hadn't done that, Becky.
There you go.
It's really good to remember to do that.
Yeah, because if the needle drops out, it can actually, you can end up damaging your machine, because it's then kind of gone into the mechanism.
For sure, yeah.
Right, so this is, I've taken off the shank using this little screw, and this just slots on. This is the gathering foot.
And this is how you would change it to something like a walking foot or a darning foot as well, isn't it?
Yes, so this is the same for your, so the piping foot fits on the same way, and so does the walking foot and the free motion feet. Mm-hmm. So that's my gathering foot in there. Right, I'm going to grab my...
And you mentioned as well that you have to do something with the tension.
Yes.
Is that, yeah?
Yes, so with the tension, we were talking about it being between 3 and 4. So if I spin it round, basically what we want to do is to increase this tension. Yeah. Increase the tension. I'm all left and right now. It's like I'm doubting my words. So we're going up higher. So I'm going to go to say, let's do an 8. Okay. So I've switched it to 8. Now here I've got just a strip of fabric. I've also got some lace as well. It's great fun to do this on anything. Now we know the traditional way of gathering. So you do an extra long stitch length, you pull up one end and you kind of pull it along and gather it and gather it, and then the thread snaps and then it all unravels and you have to do it all again. So watch the
We'll have to do it by hand, Becky.
Pardon?
We'll have to do it by hand.
We'll have to do it by hand.
A running stitch.
Exactly. So
hello. Hello.
Hello indeed.
Oh.
So this is on an 8. So if I up it to 9, we get a really tight gather.
Oh, so if I only want it gently gathered,
yeah. If I reduce it to 7.
You've just blown our floor manager Becky's mind. Her jaw is just like, she's mouth open.
Honestly,
she can't believe it. It's genius, isn't it?
My absolute favourite foot, because I just can't work out how it works.
It's
and
really
actually,
clever.
A little
just
tip.
Show us the fabric as well, so just see what you've actually done. Look at that, it's so cool.
There you go. So what I would actually recommend doing with this, so here I've got some little samples that I've made in advance. So I would recommend doing this and keeping them.
Yeah.
So this is a 9, this is an 8, and this is a 7. You can write it on the back. And actually these are 30 centimetre pieces that I have gathered up. And then you can measure. So if I turn it to 9, my 30 centimetres is going to be X. So then you can kind of work it out. If you've got a metre of fabric that you need to gather down to, say, 30 centimetres, you're going to want the tight one. If you want to gather it down to maybe 60 centimetres, then you're going to want... So it just gives you a really clear idea. Rather than wasting fabric, you can then kind of measure it out and work it out. But it does get better.
Go on.
It gets better.
How does it get better? Becky, you might want to grab a chair now. You might need to sit down. Becky and her mum are just learning to sew. They're new sewers. Becky's mum's an absolute wish. She makes bags and everything.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's great.
Amazing. Right, so this is now, I'm going to stitch this in the same way. So I've clamped my foot down on the fabric that I'm going to be gathering. And now I've got my top fabric. Now this is the same on both sides, but this you would do with right side down. Okay, and there's a slot in the top of the
I can see it.
Foot. Now this one, you do really have to kind of concentrate, and because it can slip out, and it probably will while I'm doing this, because it always does because it's live telly. But you'll get the idea. So I'm going to just start stitching. Actually, I'm going to increase the gather, otherwise it's not quite so dramatic.
So you're just concentrating on keeping those fabrics together and running it through that slot.
So
and nothing looks like it's happening. It just looks like it's just sewing in a straight line.
Exactly. So I'm holding the two pieces of fabric independently. This is the best this demo's ever gone.
Well, you shouldn't. Don't say that too soon.
Probably cursed it now. I have cursed it now. It's not coming out the back. There we go.
Show us what you've done, because
there we are. That's better.
You ready for the big reveal? So the plain blue fabric is flat.
Flat, and so now if I open it up. So if you're doing a gather, everyone's faces.
Well, I'm just going to have to go and pick Becky, floor manager Becky, off the floor. Okay, mind officially blown.
So if you're doing a frill on a little skirt or on a cushion or something, then you could do it all in one go as well.
That is genius.
Isn't it amazing?
So a frill around a cushion or a trim around a curtain or a blind.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff, isn't it? We get that foot included. You'd normally have to pay about £15 or £20 extra for that one foot. You get 7 of those special feet, 14 feet in total. This is an incredible deal. Let me just remind you, you get a hard case, you get around 400 stitches, including 3 alphabets. You get an extension table, you get 14 special feet to go with your machine. This is amazing. What else can you show us?
Well, what would you like to see next?
I would like to see, can we see the binding?
Binding?
Binding foot.
This one, the crazy big foot. Yes. Let me find my vice binding.
Because I love this
demo.
foot. Oh, now while you're getting that set up, I want to just mention there are 2 feet that you don't get with the machine, which I think, and I think Becky would agree, are absolute no-brainers, really. Now you can get these as a package together. I'll show you that first. So these feet are the walking foot and the darning foot. So walking foot first of all. Now to buy them both together, normally they are £75 for the 2 feet. We're doing them at a special bundle price of £47.48. So your walking foot looks like this. It's an even feed foot. It's going to feed the fabric evenly from the top and the bottom, which means that if you're doing things like quilting a quilt, making curtains, sewing thick heavy layers, or sewing perhaps difficult fabrics, if you're sewing fabrics where you very carefully match the pattern up on 2 bits of fabric, say dressmaking or curtain making is the main reason why I match it. This will keep those layers together perfectly. So that's your walking foot. Then you're also getting a darning foot. This is your free motion quilting foot. but you can also use this for darning or for free motion applique. You can use this to write your name. You can use this for stitching around appliques, adding in detail. You can definitely use this for free motion quilting. You can I use my darning foot all the time for quilting straight lines as well, because for example, if you want to outline quilt, say you've got a row of half square triangles in a border, you do not want to be turning that quilt every single time you go this way, that way, this way, that way. It's only 2 inches probably. You can free motion that, and then on a diagonal, and then down or up and diagonal, you can free motion all of those things, trust me. 47.48 for the 2 feet together. You can also buy them independently. You can have a look at the website for that, can't you? Right, binding foot.
The free motion foot is also good for stretch.
Oh,
yeah.
Like
yeah,
it.
Because so if you have a stretch fabric and you're using your feet, it can pull the top, and then your sort of stitching is wobbly. Whereas the free motion foot helps to keep it flat.
I've never heard that.
It's used for so many things. It's one of those very important things to have. Right, I've popped the shank back onto the machine, so the one with the little button on the back. Now I'm going to prep my foot before I put it on the machine.
Yeah.
That's just how I work. I find it easier. So this is the part that's going to clip onto the machine, this little bar here. We've got a screw here that means we can actually manoeuvre this if we want to. And there's also a roll screw here which adjusts this part here. Now this is where you're going to put your bias binding. This is I'm trying to remember lefty loosey, righty tighty now.
Oh, say it under your breath.
Oh yeah, but which way's left and which way's right? This is the thing.
Susan and I are both saying it under our breath as we speak.
Oh, but if I turn it this way, you can see. Hopefully, it's a bit hard because it's clear.
Yeah.
But there's basically like a little lip. So this bit opens, these little lips here, and then this part opens up depending on the width of your bias binding. So what you do is you feed this through this part. Whoop. Okay, so that the bias binding is sitting in between the two lips. So if I pull them apart. Oh, I've done it now, haven't I?
I see that.
Did you see that? Okay,
yep.
That's good because I dropped it. I'm opening the bias binding. Okay, so and what I want to do is actually to make sure that this part is clamping onto my bias binding. So not pushing it really tight, but tight enough to hold it in place.
So you adjust that little wheel screw until it's sort of held but not squished.
Yes, yeah. So can you see it's not coming out?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not gripped in there really tightly, but it's tight enough. But actually, if I press these two together, that holds my bias binding as well.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm going to get my fabric and I'm going to insert it in between. This is why I do this off of the machine.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. It's much easier to do this off the machine than under the bed.
Definitely. In my head, I literally thought you were sewing under your actual bed when you said that.
Yes, yes.
My brain just goes really weird on some
it?
things. I'm just going to loosen that off a little bit. Okay, so now my fabric is in between those two lips, now in between the bias binding. So I'm going to grip hold of that really tightly so that nothing slips. And I'm going to bring it under the machine and grip it on. Okay, and what I want to do is I've folded it on itself. Hang on. Hold your horses.
There we go.
There we are. That's
all
better.
flat. Lovely.
That's better. So again, I've got my needle in the middle position, but we can adjust the position of the needle very precisely, and we can also adjust this screw here so that you can get exactly where you want it to be. So I'm just going to lower the needle into the fabric because that's then going to hold everything in place. I'm going to open up the bias binding and place my fabric inside.
So this could be binding the edge of fabric to neaten it. This could be binding placemats, a quilt, clothing.
Absolutely. Bias binding has so many uses. And the thing is, when you're stitching bias binding, invariably you do one side, then you fold it over and have to stitch in the ditch and try and catch the other side. So again, you've got like 3 processes that invariably go wrong. You have to then unpick it, which is damaging your fabric, wasting your time. I hate unpicking. You know those mugs you can get that say, if I've got an unpicker in my hand, now is not the time.
Yes.
I need one of those because no, I do not like undoing things that I've already made.
I always think, like, for people that make their own clothes or make their own things, if you've looked at professionally made things, how do they do that? This is how. This is how.
Yeah.
It's brilliant, but you can do this at home. It's so clever. Again, this is one of the more expensive feet that you can buy to go on your machine. You get it included. And as far as I'm concerned, Becky, I can't see that anything's been put on the price to cover the cost of these 7 feet.
No, well, even just the 7 feet is between probably, what, £70 and £120 to buy.
Come and join you now.
Come and join me.
I want to see, look at this. This is amazing. So this is...
And it's caught the other side. I've not got to unpick anything.
It's so cool.
So it's a bit fiddly to begin with, but once you get going, you are flying with it.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And do you do the sides separately, or can you turn a corner? I know you can turn a curved corner quite easily, can't you?
Yes, yeah, there is a way of doing a corner. I watched a YouTube video on how to do it, but I like to do mitered corners anyway, so which is a slightly different process. But I mean, yeah, there are loads of videos online on how to do other things with this foot.
Perfect.
So this is sort of how to,
really
this is the very basic, how to set it up and sew in a straight line. But yes, you can do corners and all sorts of things.
Really awesome. Fantastic. Right, well done. Thank you, Becky. Amazing. It's so cool to see some of those feet in action. We don't normally get time. Wonderful. And thanks for answering some questions as well. We'll see you at 11, won't we?
Yes, you will.
The embroidery machine. I'm super excited. Now let's just recap the price. You're getting your Brother FS250, which has got 250 utility and decorative stitches, but it's also got 3 full alphabets, numbers, punctuation. On top of that, the machine is programmable. It has a memory. So if you want to combine up to 50 characters, including your spaces, so if you want to make things like name labels, if you want to create quilt labels, if you want to personalize napkins for Christmas Day, you absolutely can. If you want to create lovely badges, you can do it all on your Brother FS250. You've also got all of your utility feet that go with the machine, the ones you'd expect to get, so things like a zipper foot, a one-step automatic buttonhole foot, blind hemming, overcasting foot, open-toed embroidery foot. You get all of those included as standard. You also get a button sewing foot for actually sewing buttons on. Now that's not standard on every machine by any means, but you get that included. An extension table, a hard case to protect your machine when you're not using it too. Again, not usual, real luxury extras, I think. But then you're also getting 7 additional dressmaking feet, mostly dressmaking, I think. You get that gathering foot, you get the bias binding attacher, a 5-groove pin tuck foot for creating lovely decorative pin tucks on clothing. You get the straight stitch foot, so useful. 7 additional feet included, including a Teflon foot or non-stick foot for sewing things like leather or oilcloth. You're also getting some freebies from us. You're getting 2 beautiful poppy panels and a big pack of thread, 2,000 meters of thread. You're only getting this deal today, midnight tonight. The deal will go back to £399 for the machine and no freebies. Okay, so grab it while you can. And also, I think most importantly, if you're thinking of this as a Christmas present, or you want to get sewing right now before Christmas and start making things for yourself, your home, maybe even to make and sell, you need to grab that machine today, because tomorrow the price will be £399. But also our stocks are constantly dwindling. And we're the same as everybody else. On the run up to Christmas, we'll all be asking for more stock, and there is only so much that Brother have that they'll be able to let us have. So grab your machine while you can. All right, we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, it's an hour of tools, top tips and ideas, so don't go anywhere. I'll see you in just a few minutes.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Oh, I knew you'd come back. Well done. What is it? Tea? Coffee? Hot chocolate, you say? Don't blame you. Right, let's get cracking. We're going to be looking at tools and notions in this hour. So if you've got any questions that you want to ask, there's anything that you want demoing, get in touch, let us know. studio@sewingstreet.com or message us on Facebook. Now, couple of things here. Love. I've got my fabric out ready. I've got my rotary cutter ruler and all of that. This is a little bit under the radar, this product. This is Odif 404. And I think lots of us would at this point be saying, a what? A 40? Is that 505? No, it's the same people, but this is a repositionable spray. I love this stuff, but a lot of people have never seen it, heard of it, or used it and wouldn't know how to. Let me tell you, this is a repositionable adhesive, okay? And this is perfect for where you want grip and you want things to stick, but temporarily. So, for example, my absolute favourite way to use this is with my rotary rulers. Whether they have grippy dots or not, but particularly if they don't have grippy dots. So, wrong side of your ruler, give it a little spritz, a little mist, okay? It now has this slightly tacky feel to it, okay? So now, when I lay this down onto my fabric, look, I'm moving the mat round. Yeah, the ruler is staying positioned. Okay, so then let's just move all this back. But do you see, look, it hasn't stuck to my fabric, and yet still it's not slipping, it's not moving. It's absolutely brilliant stuff. So now I can turn my ruler around, I can lift everything up, reposition. Nothing is moving, and I can go. Now, normally I would have to reposition my hands. Yeah, I would be cutting here and then I'd be walking my fingers. You really don't have to do that if you've used the repositionable spray. It doesn't leave any residue at all on your fabric. Yeah, it still feels, it's the very slight, it's not tackiness, it's like a grip. It's almost like tiny little dots of the grippy dot everywhere over the whole surface. It's absolutely brilliant stuff. And you can just, and it doesn't move at all when you're doing your cutting. It is so cool. Now, when you want to remove this from the back of your ruler, literally just get yourself, you know, the sponges that you use for washing up, that kind of thing, a little bit of washing up liquid, and just give it a clean in the sink, and it'll all come off. It's absolutely brilliant. It doesn't go anywhere. It just stays there. And actually, you don't really need to refresh it very often either. It's absolutely fantastic. Remember, it's not a sticky surface. It is just almost like little tiny grippy dots all over the back of your ruler. Now, of course, it's brilliant for your 6x24 ruler, but equally well, you could be using this on your hexagon template, your equilateral triangle template. It could be template plastic that you've cut out yourself, or even a piece of cardboard that you've cut out into a template. Spritz the back of that and use that for cutting, but don't rotary cut around cardboard. You could mark that down and then you could draw around with a pen, but it's not going to slip and slide. It's going to stay in position, but absolutely brilliant for using on acrylic templates. Also, if you're doing things like marking stencils for things like quilting, spritz the back of them with your 404 spray, pop it down onto your quilt. It will not move. Whether you're drawing through the template, or the stencil rather, with a friction pen or a pencil, something like that. Or if you're using something like a pounce pad and chalk, you still don't want that template to move. Equally well, if you're doing things like stenciling in your home or anything like that, you can use it for that too. You can also use it if you want to almost create a design board without having a design board. You can spritz your fabric pieces with it and stick them to anything. Collector in Merseyside said this would be good for the templates that are sometimes free with magazines, as they don't have grippy dots on. It's absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Kate. Anything like that at all. And also a lot of commercial templates that you buy don't have grippy dots on. You can buy grippy dots that you can stick to the back of a ruler, but why have 3 or 4 when you can have thousands of tiny little ones all over the surface so none of it moves? Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Like I say, bit under the radar, and a can will last you ages. So that's our 404. Now then, next up, one of my absolute favourite rulers is the Dresden ruler. I don't have many rulers in my collection. I'm mostly a 6x24 kind of guy, but the Dresden is just so useful. Let me show you the kind of thing you might make with the Dresden. So this is a full Dresden plate, and this is the largest size that you can make with your ruler. Now this is a big block. This is a really big block. 4 of those and you've got a wall quilt or a throw quilt. I'm sorry, I'm a bit distracted because I just heard a great tip. Fiona said, do I remember correctly, someone who promoted this spray said her friend used it on the sole of brand new shoes so she didn't slip. 404 spray. Fiona, love it. Love it. Absolutely brilliant. So that's your largest size that you can make using the ruler. This is the smallest. How cute is that? That is so dainty. That is beautiful. Can you imagine sewing 2 of those together around the outside to create a pincushion? Lush. Absolutely beautiful. Now you get, in your template set, you get your blade, a template, and you use this to cut all the different sizes from really small to really big. You also get your circle template to create the center, and absolutely brill, absolutely brill. Let me show you how you use it. So you start off with a strip of fabric, and it varies depending on the size of the Dresden that you want to make. But what you will do basically, you'd use the measurements on your ruler to cut your strip of fabric to the right size. And then I'm just going to turn this around. Now, what I've done here actually is I've created my blade shape. This is like a, well, really tall vase almost, isn't it? And what you do then is to fold this in half, right sides together. Make sure you line everything up. You want to finger press about probably 2 inches down from the top. Do that with all of your blades, and you'll need 20 per block. And then what you're going to do is feed these through the sewing machine, and you're going to sew 1/4 inch across the top. Now I like to always feed them with the fold going through first, okay, 1/4 inch across, 1/4 inch across, and just keep going like that across the top of your blades, okay. When they come out the other side, they're going to look like this. I'm just going to fold this down so you can see. So they'll come out of your machine and they'll look like this. So they're folded in half and they're stitched across the top. What you want to do is just trim this bit of seam allowance down just a tiny little bit, and then you're actually going to turn that through to the right side, and then you want to just push the end out, maybe with a little proddy tool, and it creates a little pointed top. But more importantly than the pointed top is the fact that all the raw edges along the top are folded inside. Excuse me. Now you'll line up that seam with that little bit of finger pressing that you did. Remember, you finger pressed to about 2 inches. So you'll have a little bit to follow, line that up and then press. And then literally all you've got to do is join those blades together with 1/4 inch seam, and you will create your fan. Now, different ways that you can use it. Obviously, you've got your full Dresden here. You can also do 3/4 Dresdens. So if I just show you where this would be, so like this, okay. So you just do 15 of them and then stitch that down. Or, I mean, that looks really good for, say, like the corner unit. If you're making a quilt and you want a corner unit to sort of finish the edge, that can look really smart. You can also do half Dresdens like this. You can also do 1/4 Dresdens. So something like this, where you would do like a fan. Now imagine that, but on point, stitched together with some lovely sashing in between. And you start to build up a picture of how you could build up a gorgeous quilt. It's an absolutely brilliant little template, this. Really cool, great fun to use, and great results. Okay, I'll pop that to one side and let's move on. Loads to show you in this hour. Now, next up, this is a June Taylor ruler, and this is the perfect half square and 1/4 square triangle ruler. So June Taylor Shape Cut Plus was one of the first sort of special rulers I ever bought, and if you haven't seen the June Taylor Shape Cut Plus, it works on a very similar principle to the Stripology rulers. Same with the perfect half square triangle ruler. Okay, so what you've got first of all is you've got specific cutting lines to create 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5 and 6.5 inch units. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that. You get full instructions. Okay, so let's go half square triangles. So 4 half square triangle blocks, cut the fabric squares 1/2 inch larger than the desired finish. For example, cut a 4-inch square to achieve a 3.5 inch square block. Okay, so let's just cut out, I'm going to cut out a large square to get me started. Let's get this party started. So let's start off, just cut a square. Love the fact that you don't have to keep turning everything. So I've got my squares cut out. Now, what I've done here is I've actually smart stacked my fabric. So I've put a light and a dark fabric together, so I don't have to keep stacking or layer my fabrics again once I've cut them. Right, so once you do that, what you're going to do then is you're going to lay this side. So on this side of the ruler, you've actually got a straight black line, and you're going to layer that from corner to corner. You're then going to grab, you'll see two grooves, one either side. You're going to grab your marking pen or pencil, and you're going to mark along that line, either side. Okay, so when I take this away, what I've got now are my sewing lines. I don't know if you can see them, but I can see them really clearly. But you've got your two sewing lines. So what you'll do then is take this to your sewing machine. You will sew along those two lines. Then what you're going to do is lay this over the top, the other side, and again, corner to corner. And then you've got a groove down the centre that you will cut, and you now have your two half square triangles. I've got a little video to show you. See, nice and simple, nice and easy. You can also use the ruler then to trim off your dog ears if you want to do that, or if you want to trim it down. If you're going to make your quarter square triangles, you're actually going to make half square triangles first, then cut them down. You can also use your ruler for squaring up blocks. So for example, if you're someone that likes to make your half square triangles a little bit bigger than you need them and then square them up, well, you can absolutely do that. Sometimes it's about taking the tiniest little bit off, including those dog ears, and then you've got that perfect half square triangle. So no more lost points, no more blunt points. You've got it there. Oh, look, I'm there as well, look. Oh, hello. And there I am, dark and moody. Excellent. Really cool. And you can make multiple sizes of half square and quarter square triangles. You can get finished block sizes in a 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch, 5 and 6 inch versions. We haven't seen these since the launch, actually, when Jill Rep was here. It took an awfully long time to get these back in stock, but they're in stock now. It was actually the 2nd of September that we did that. So it's a couple of months ago now, isn't it? A couple of months. But yeah, absolutely brill. Really clever stuff that. And great, as I say, for making half square triangles, quarter square triangles, and also for things like trimming them and getting them to the perfect size as well. Now, just wanted to mention while we're here, I have been using rather a lot my rotating cutting mat. I think once you go on to using a rotating cutting mat, you'll ask yourself why you didn't start doing this sooner. They are by far the safest way to cut. So for example, if you're using your rulers, if you're using templates, anything like that at all. So say for example you want to cut a nice big square, like an 8.5 inch square. We're going to straighten up our edge first of all. Now normally I'd be saying turn your whole mat and fabric around. Some people pick their fabric up and turn it, but you don't need to do that. Just turn your whole mat around, okay? Then depending on how you want to cut this, this is actually a metric ruler, so let's go with a 20 centimetre square. So when you want to cut something that's bigger than the ruler you're working with, I just turn my ruler on its side and then cut like this, and then I will actually move my ruler along, okay, and again line it up and then keep cutting, okay, and then again turn your work. So what we don't want to do, and we really don't want to do, okay, is to do this, and worst of all this, or this kind of clambering on the table and trying to cut this away. We really don't want to be doing this. It's how accidents happen, isn't it? Yeah. And you know, there's nothing like slowing you down, like cutting yourself. Not a good idea. Not a good look. Not a good look. Okay. This really comes into its own as well if you've got things like the hexagon trim tool or the log cabin, the blocks, anything like that, trimming tools, absolutely brilliant. And then you've got your perfectly cut square. You've turned your mat quickly and easily. It's just super, absolutely great. Really good. Great bit of kit that. Well, I'm massing a little pile of scraps. I should take those home. So that's your 12-inch square rotating cutting mat. Just to show you from the back as well, you've got your locking mechanism here and here. Okay, this locks it into place. This unlocks it. Okay. When it's locked as well, just want to mention, you've got a non-slip surface on the back. So this black matting here actually stops the mat slipping around and sliding on your work surface. If you use just a regular cutting mat, and if I unlock this for a second, and this gives the same sense of a normal cutting mat, because cutting mats normally are double-sided, aren't they? So this is what's the underside of your cutting mat normally. It slips and slides all over the place. And you'll have found this with your cutting mat at home as well, I'm sure. Your cutting mat moves and slips and slides when you're doing your cutting. This will not do that. This will stick firm against your work surface. Again, much safer, much safer. All right, that's your rotating cutting mat. Now, earlier on I mentioned freezer paper when we were talking about Jason Yenter, and I talked about using them for things like cutting templates. So we've got freezer paper on the show. It's £6.49. Now for that you get 50 square feet. It's 13 1/3 yards in length, and you get it's 15 inches wide. Now, so many different ways that you can use freezer paper, and I'll just talk you through a couple of them. Now, freezer paper originally was designed for wrapping up meat to put in the freezer. It's got a sort of cartridge paper side. It's got a side which has got a waxy finish on it. So what you would do is food goes on the waxy side and you wrap it up, tape it together and pop it in your freezer. Okay, and that will keep it from getting things like freezer burn. So you can use it for things like that, of course. But quilters realised that you could use it to create all kinds of things. So for example, you can use it to create quilting templates. Okay, so I'm just going to cut a little bit of paper out. Now, if you've got something like a Gemini die cutting machine, you could use your dies, a heart or a star, something like that. I'm just going to freehand cut a heart. This could also be, you can print out a letter. So if you wanted to do initials or something like that on a quilt, you can do that. But anyway, I've cut out a heart, and then what you're going to do is you just need an iron and an ironing surface. So let's grab that out ready. That waxy finish on the back will actually adhere temporarily to fabric, and it adheres really, really well actually. But then when you peel it off, it doesn't leave any residue at all. There's no stickiness, no gluiness at all. And and you can move it around and you can re-adhere it about 6 to 8 times. So I've got my iron just on a cotton setting, so you just want to iron over that. Now this could be on normal fabric, just on normal fabric, or it could be on a quilt. So for example, if this was a quilt and you've got it laid out with batting and backing, you can then go to your sewing machine, sew around this heart using the edge of the paper as a guide, and then when you're done, you can just peel that away. There's absolutely no stickiness on there at all. There's no marks to remove either, which is brilliant. Now, if you want to do applique using freezer paper, same principle, iron it to your fabric, okay, right side or wrong side. Then what you're going to do is cut your shape out, and you're going to add a turn under allowance. Okay, so I'm going to cut out this heart, and I'm adding about 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around. Now then, let's just keep going all the way around. As you get more used to doing applique, you can do a smaller seam allowance or a bigger seam allowance when you're starting. Now obviously with that point as well, you're just going to clip down to the point, to within about a thread. Okay, now if you're doing needle turn applique, what you can do then, just going to grab a, not going to grab a needle, I'm going to grab a pin because it's slightly easier to show you. So what you would do then is grab your background fabric that you want to applique it to and pin your applique in place. And then what you can do is sweep your fabric, your edge, under. And what you're going to do is sweep it to the edge of the freezer paper, and you're going to stitch. Then when you get to here, you can sweep or swoop the next bit of fabric under and push it right under to the paper, carry on appliquing and keep going like this all the way along, just tucking it under up to the edge of the freezer paper. Now if you prefer to do your applique by machine, what you would do instead is to adhere your freezer paper to the wrong side of your shape. So you've still got your seam allowance, and iron that back down. Remember, this freezer paper is going to be good to go for probably 6 to 8 uses. Okay, so you can do that, and then either you can use a glue stick, so you run a little bit of glue along the paper and iron too, or you can run a bit of starch, spray starch around there, or if you're really careful, and you will just, it's not going to stick of course, but what you can do is you can use the edge of the paper as your guide and actually iron your fabric. Now remember, this isn't going to stick, but what it is doing is creating a folded edge along your applique. So you're prepping your edge. Okay. So keep going like that all the way around. And what you're doing in that is you're creating this beautiful crisp edge, so that when you then come to applique this down, all of this is just going to fold under absolutely perfectly. So whether you're going to sew that down by hand or machine, look at that wonderful crisp neat edge that we've now got. Absolutely beautiful, just beautiful. So many ways that you can use this freezer paper. It's superb. Now then, I'm using my wool pressing mat here, which I wouldn't be without. This is 12 inches square. Okay, I've got my wool pressing mat here, and it is just brilliant. You get such a neat, clean press on this. It's absolutely amazing. And it's this wonderful firm pressure over the entire surface that makes the difference. If you're using an ironing board at home, you know, your regular ironing board, it is not a single flat layer. You've actually got little dips in it, haven't you, where the metal mesh underneath it, sort of there are gaps in it. So you don't get this nice even pressure. So you don't get this lovely crisp, neat crease. I mean, you won't get a better crease than you will on a wool pressing mat. The other thing is it absorbs the heat, so you get a wonderful press underneath as well as on top. It's also absolutely brilliant for things like a plique, where you want a nice firm surface to do your pressing against. Of course, you can use both sides, so make sure that you keep rotating and turning your mat, because we do tend to just use one little area on our pressing surfaces, so make sure you get best use out of it. The price is fab, $19.99. If you're buying a gift for a quilter or a sewer, you can't go wrong. You know, fabrics they may or may not like, the thread may or may not be the right colour. You don't even know if somebody's going to want that particular ruler. Whereas a pressing surface, portable, useful, dressmakers will love these as well. Just terrific, absolutely terrific for $19.99. Yep, lovely, thank you for that. Good, let me pop this to one side. Let's have a little look at some books while we're here. Now then, a bit of Bargello. This is called Bargello Quilts in Motion, and is a book by Ruth Ann Berry. Now, Bargello is a quilting technique that mimics Bargello embroidery or tapestry. Beautiful technique. This is really, really cool. You're going to use strips of fabric. You're going to cut strips, you're going to construct strip sets, okay? So no complicated sewing here, and no having to cut loads of little squares to sew together. You're going to then rejoin and construct vertical columns to create, look at these amazing quilts that you can create. That's incredible, isn't it? So much wild movement there. This would work really, really well with the Jason Yenter fabrics that we had on earlier on. Absolutely superb. Moody Blues, wow. Really cool. Books are a really important tool, aren't they, to have in your library, in your sort of stash of tools. Books are actually really important because they're the thing that can often trigger the start of something. Now, it might be a colour combination. You might not actually make this quilt, but you might see a colour combination there and think, okay, wow, that looks amazing. I'm going to do that for a different kind of quilt. It might be that this is a technique that you've always wanted to try. Bargello is so, so popular as a technique. That's amazing. That looks amazing. That's kind of show quality quilt, isn't it? Very, very impressive. Lavender Dreams, have them all the time. And I love the fact that you've almost got these sort of like hearts and total plaidness. There we go. I used a collection of plaid flannels for the background. That looks amazing. Wow. And actually look over here. These are the background prints that have been used. Isn't that cool? I like that. I really like that. Very, very clever. And you've got all of these diagrams that show you exactly how to cut and piece your strips. Remember, you're not cutting these individual squares. You're sewing long strips of fabric together, cross-cutting them into units, and then rejoining them to create these units. And then a gallery at the end to finish. Just superb, absolutely brilliant. You've even got stuff about how to design your own Bargello quilts. So if you've ever wanted to try this technique, I think this is like a workshop in a book, isn't it, for $13.99. Brilliant value, brilliant value. Right then, so we've got another Bargello book. This is called Braided Bargello Quilts, again by Ruth Ann Berry. So this is using the same sort of techniques, but again, some different colour combinations. Now, these are absolutely stunning. Let me just show you. This is the gallery of projects that we have got. Bed-sized projects. There are 10 of those. And then there are another 6 smaller scale projects. The colours in some of these are absolutely amazing, aren't they? Again, all the techniques that you're going to use are spelled out right at the start, and then you've got all of the, now look at that, all of the different projects, how you make the strip sets. Superb. Jewellery box, sneaker laces, tackle box, tangled angles. Wow, and look at that, the way it's like these two woven together. That is super impressive. That is super impressive. Wow. That is so cool. Absolutely lovely. Twisty knot, braided. Bargelli Kate. Oh no, I think Bargelli Ben. There we go, Ben. Producer Ben loves that quilt. He gets so excited when someone mentions his name. Bless him. Bargelli Pam. Love that. Right, Pam. Bargelli Jake. Now that's lovely though, but when you look at that, see, I see, you know, like the breast cancer ribbon, something like that. If you wanted to show a bit of solidarity for a friend, make them that quilt. Wouldn't that be lovely? Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. There we go. All right, we've got one more book. This is called Quilts for Autumn. I absolutely love this. Now, you've got 11 seasonal projects for autumn inspiration. Price-wise, are you kidding? $7.99. That's amazing. Well, in the US, it's $9.99, so that would be about £9, and we're paying $7.99. Love it. You've got some great quilts in here. Welcome banner. That would be lovely. See, you could do what are the pumpkins? You could do those in red or green, and they could be apples, couldn't they? Slightly change the shape of the leaves, and then it's not autumny. You could still say welcome, or, you know, that's lovely. Any of these quilts could be adapted. I mean, obviously this is done in a sort of autumny harvest colour palette, but you could change the palette. That one I think is very autumny and probably needs to stay that way. Homegrown delivery, that's super cute. Now you see, you could just do the truck, leave out the giant pumpkin. That would be lovely. Oh, I love that. Jack-o'-lantern and spider mug rugs. Very nice. Oh, hello. Hello. Gorgeous. A lot of personality there. Come, little leaves. Come, little leaves. Oh, I love how that's quilted. See, now this is another way that books are useful, because we so often say quilt as desired, don't we? You can actually see all of the quilting that's been done in this table runner, and that is magnificent. That'll give you lots of ideas. And then you've got techniques scattered throughout. That's rather lovely. Beautiful autumn stars. But again, that could be done in spring colours, summery colours, autumn accent. This is a beautiful modern style quilt. Again, beautiful autumn leaves there. That's beautiful, isn't it? Stunning. $7.99 for that, for 11 quilt patterns. That's amazing value. That really is great. That's fantastic. Well done if you got that. Good, good. Okay, can I show you another of my favourites? It's the multi-mat. It's the multi-mat. I use my multi-mat so often, especially when I'm sewing at home. Kitchen table, cup of tea. Oh, hang on a minute. Cup of tea. You know, when you just get to that point where you think, if I don't have a slurp of tea, I'm just gonna... Anyway, this is the Quilter's multi-mat. I love mine. I absolutely love mine. It is a multi-use tool for quilters, sewers, you know, dressmakers, brill. What you've got here, first of all, you've got your ironing surface. You can use it single, you can use it opened out. Obviously, you've got a bit of a dip in the middle, just be aware of that when you're doing your ironing. But I often use mine opened out like that so I can get a bit more of a run up against things. But absolutely brilliant ironing surface there. Then inside you've got a cutting mat. This is a self-healing cutting mat. Okay, so you've got that. So for example, you might have, this is the Stripology Squared Mini, that actually fits perfectly on there. So this could be your scrap quilting, this could be your scrap busting set. Okay, but of course you can use your full-sized rulers on here as well if you want to do some cutting. Obviously just be aware that you haven't got, you know, as much space as you would on a full mat, but I mean it's still absolutely brill to do a little bit of cutting, a little bit of trimming. You can flip your fabrics around, you can do a little bit of cutting there. So if you're doing things like foundation paper piecing or English paper piecing, little trimming mat. If you're trimming down things like half square, quarter square triangles, again, brilliant to have that smaller cutting surface. Then here, now you can use this as either a grippy mat. So for example, if you have this on the table for things like you're pressing, this will stop the mat slipping and sliding, or stop the surface slipping and sliding. But what I particularly like using it for is as a design wall. So if you're cutting out your shapes, your half square triangles, or you know, any of your shapes really, you can then stick these down onto your mat to create your design, and they'll stay put. Okay, they'll stay put on there. Yeah, so for example, you might take this then to your work surface, and then you can start sewing them together. Really, really useful to have that. Okay, you can also maybe sort out your block and then take it home to sew. And then the last thing that you've got on there is your sort of sandpaper surface. And this is what you're going to use for doing things like marking templates or marking half square triangles. So, for example, if you try marking around a shape on a normal cutting mat, okay, what you'll find is that your fabric can end up moving, dragging, wrinkling. You might be trying to do things like draw a diagonal line, but can you see how the fabric kind of lifts up and moves and wrinkles? Okay, if you put it on your surface here, your grippy surface, okay, now can you see it's not moving at all? So I can do things like draw my seam allowance, or if I want to mark my diagonal, I can do that. And do you see my fabric just isn't moving at all? It's a brilliant surface for marking fabrics on. And you get all of that in one tool for less than £20. Fab. Really useful. Okay, a couple of rulers that we've had lots of interest in. The Stripology Mini. Okay, so this is from Creative Grids, and this does all of the things that you know from the Stripology XL, but this is the mini. Oh, it's sold out. It's sold out. They are brilliant. We'll get them back. Well done if you got yours. Okay, metric. Is that? Oh, the metric ruler. Gotcha. Yeah, the Janome. Right. Okay, yeah. So, you saw earlier on I was using the Janome ruler, and this is, now, in inverted commas, 6 by 24 inches. However, this is not marked in inches, this is marked in centimetres. So if you are a metric patchwork quilter, this is the ruler you need. Or if you've bought perhaps a French magazine, a German quilting book, something like that. Essentially, if you've bought any European quilting magazines or books, they will be in centimetres, okay? And although books will offer metric conversions or imperial conversions, they're never quite the same. It's a little bit like working in ounces or grams. You use one or the other. You can't really mix and match. And so I would recommend, if you're going to use those metric patterns, you get a metric ruler. Now, if you're used to working in inches, you will need to just sort of stop for a second. But at the end of the day, your pattern will say, cut, you know, a 15 centimetre square out of your fabric. And so literally exactly the same way that you would normally do your cutting. I think I've locked this, haven't I? Yeah, I've locked it. Let me just unlock it. Okay. No, I've only unlocked one side. There we go. Right. So then if you're doing a 15 centimetre square, that's our, so, and that is actually the full width of our ruler. So you use it in exactly the same way that you would use your inches ruler. And there we go. Easy peasy. Lemon squeeze. There we go. All right, smashing. All right. That's your metric ruler. Break time already? My goodness me, where did that hour go? All right, when we come back, we're going to have Becky Cole back. And this time, she's got the Disney version of the Brother embroidery machine. We're going to be stitching out embroideries, so grab yourself a cuppa, sit back and relax. I'll see you after the break.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi friends, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, it's great to have your company. Now, would you like to be able to make projects like the ones in front of me? Beautiful machine embroidered designs from Disney. Yeah, that you can integrate into your cushions and runners, bed quilts, clothing, bags. What about beautiful, beautiful monogramming? And words on quilts, on cushions, on wedding napkins. This one says love. I'm a real romantic at heart. How beautiful is that? Well, this hour's for you. It's all about the Brother embroidery machine. Now, this is the Disney version of the Brother embroidery machine. This is amazing. Amazing price. Let's start with the price because this is just mind-blowing, I think. So this is the Brother Innovis embroidery machine. It's £599. Now, first of all, that blows my mind because I've always thought, okay, embroidery machine, £1,000 plus. Yeah, before you even get started, basic machine, nothing on it, an embroidery, it's got to be £1,000. How wrong I am. £599 gets you this Brother embroidery machine. Now it's an embroidery only machine, okay? So this is going to do all of your machine embroidery for you. It's got a 10 centimetre hoop, 4-inch hoop. So this is going to do your embroidery. You've got 62 Disney designs.
There's 125 designs in there.
Yeah.
There are 45 Disney and
45
80 non-Disney.
Gotcha, thank you. 45 Disney designs. Okay, so you've got exclusive Disney designs preloaded onto your embroidery machine. Now, those Disney designs aren't available to buy on their own. You can't buy Disney embroidery designs on their own to load onto a machine. The machine either comes loaded with them or it doesn't.
This has a USB, so you can actually buy them.
But you can't buy Disney designs independently, can you? You can't buy them off the internet and download them.
If you do, they will be licensed and they will cost you a lot of money.
Yeah.
So yeah.
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 I mean, my understanding is that you can't. You used to be able to buy USBs of Disney designs, but you can't get them anymore.
It may be. I haven't, to be honest, I haven't looked in a while. But yeah. But yes, this has a full USB function, so you can go off and get your designs and upload them. So there's 125 designs, but actually the world is your oyster.
Yeah, so there are thousands, aren't there, that you can either buy or get for free. Actually, if you go on the internet now and search for brother embroidery designs free, for example, you'll find hundreds and hundreds. There are loads on the Brother website that you can download for free. There are also loads on the internet that you can find, again, for free. Alphabets, pictures, combinations of words and pictures together, frames, beautiful stuff that you can get for nothing. You put it onto a USB stick and then literally straight into the Brother machine, and you can start stitching them out. There are also lots of designs that you can buy that will go onto your machine as well. So if you've got anything really specific that you want, you can also find them and buy additional designs, and that's what you use with the USB port. Now, with your machine, you're also getting a pack of free stabilizers. This is 12 different stabilizers that you're going to use when you do machine embroidery. There are different types of stabilizer in there, different ways you might use them. You get these included, and the price is £599, but we're going to do a price drop today. It's always been that price, but we're actually going to do a saving today. So this is a pre-Christmas present from us to you. £539. You're saving £60 today, and you're also getting that pack of stabilizers for free. Now, we actually sell these stabilizer packs on Sewing Street, so you can buy these. I think they're £13.99, £14.99, something like that, but you can get them for free. If you buy the machine, you're also saving £60 on top of the usual price. So grab it while you can. Today only, that deal ends at midnight. Now, I just want to tell you, and I'm going to be absolutely open and honest and tell you now our exact figures that we've got. We have got 11 machines left. That's it. I don't know whether we can restock before Christmas. I have no idea, but I suspect it will be difficult because we're in November now. So we've got 11 embroidery machines, and today you're making a £60 saving, which is essentially 10%, isn't it? Basically, you're saving you're getting a 10% saving today. You're getting your pack of stabilizers for free included as well, and these are our last 11 machines. Okay. Becky, welcome back.
Hi, hello.
Tell us about the Brother embroidery machine.
Okay, so
what are you doing right now?
So I've just got one of my favourite designs going. There are quite a few larger designs in the machine that take quite a long time to stitch out. So this one is actually 34 minutes long. So that would be fairly dull to just sit and watch me do that, wouldn't it?
Well,
mind you, though, it's quite hypnotic to sit and watch it do
really
it.
Is.
So, but it won't give me much time to talk you around the machine. So it's sort of, we're in the last sort of couple of minutes of this design.
And what's the design you're actually stitching? Have you got it on the...
Yeah, this is my favourite. This is Minnie at a sewing machine.
Oh, superb.
Yes, my little mini sewing
machine. And she's got a thimble and a reel of thread.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a really good opportunity actually to talk you through the manuals. Let me grab the other manual.
Yes, please.
It's down the bottom there. Because so you get 2 embroidery guides with the machine. So these are your sort of non-Disney standard designs. So we've got Christmas. We've got 140 borders.
Wow.
With the machine. So these are your sort of frames and your borders, great for applique, great for creating different things. We've got wash-away stabilizer items, we've got applique items, there's Christmas in there, Easter, there's your monogramming font. So this has got your 80 generic non-Disney designs, and then there's some sort of inspiration bits in the background of how to do different things.
And can I ask you, those generic embroidery machine designs and any other generic embroidery machine embroidery designs, what's the Angel policy with those? Can we make and sell?
As far as I'm aware,
Yeah.
they also do with what you want. Obviously, Disney ones are licensed. They are proper licensed ones. All of the designs have got the little copyright trademark sign on them, so they can only be for gifts.
Right, so they're for your own use only.
Yes, yeah, for your own use or for gifts. So with the Disney, we've got Mickey and Minnie, a bit of Daffy and Donald, and then we've got the princesses and Winnie the Pooh. We've got some old school retro
like
Mickey and Minnie as well.
9 machines left, everyone. 9 machines. We had 11.
We've even got Frozen in
Lovely.
here, some Monsters Inc., some cars, some, and then again some inspirational items in the background.
And I love the fact as well that you get a frame that goes with the Disney princesses, and you can put the princess into the frame.
Well, actually, my 2 little hoodies that no longer fit my children. It's very sad.
Look at these. I'm just going to move these around and show you. These are brill. Look at those. For your little princess.
So my 2 daughters,
your little
I
mermaid.
bought these little, they were literally £5 hoodies from a cheap clothing store I shall not name.
Yeah.
And I said, right, pick your favourite princess. They did, and I embroidered them. Now, if you went into the Disney store, I've got it written in there. They're normally on a stand, you don't see that bit. If you went into the Disney store and bought embroidered, branded hoodies, you're talking 20, 30, 40 pounds even.
Of course you are.
So this was £5 and a 20-minute sat at my sewing machine. So, it just brilliant.
Amazing. But also, Becky, I'm thinking that because you've got that USB port, you might be involved with, say, a football club or a gym club or a school club, something like that. And you want to do logos on all of the sweatshirts that the kids are going to wear in your football team or your gym club or your swim club. You can have your design digitized and put onto a USB stick. You can put that into your Brother machine. This is for £539 you're getting this machine. Then you can stitch out your design of logo, of badge on your kit. Think about what you would pay to have that done if you had to pay somebody to do that for you.
Yeah.
You can achieve professional results yourself, £539.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and the format you're after is PES. Papa Echo Sierra.
Nice.
Yeah. Got those sorted? Yeah. That's that's the format. When you're looking to either buy online or download or whatever, or if you're getting something made. Oh, I've caught my bracelet on it. Right. PES is the format that you're after.
7 machines left. We had 11, then 9, now 7 left. That's it. 7 left. Remember, you're saving £60 already because we've taken 10% off the price of the machine for today only. Midnight tonight, it's going to go straight back up to 690. We won't have any left. There are 7 in baskets. We've got 7 left. They're going to go. You're also getting your pack of stabilisers. Again, I think this is probably somewhere in the region of £12.99, £13.99's worth. You're getting that for free as well. Okay. At the moment, these are out of stock on the web, but normally we do sell these as well. So can I ask, while that's stitching out, what is stabiliser and why do we use it when we're doing machine embroidery?
Okay, so stabiliser is basically a sort of fabric that you put underneath your embroidery while you're stitching. So if I lift this up, you can see there's this underneath. This is just a tear-away stabiliser. It's like it's not a woven, it's a sort of it's just a bonded fabric, and it's there to stop the fabric from stretching or distorting, so it literally stabilizes it. If you think of how different it is to work with fabric versus paper, obviously fabric is malleable, stretches and pulls, whereas paper doesn't. So it basically creates more of a paper feel to the fabric so that the fabric doesn't distort. And then
I've done things like satin stitch or embroidery stitch on a regular sewing machine on fabric, and it kind of pulls and puckers the fabric. And actually, if you use a stabiliser, that won't happen, right?
No, absolutely. So so using stabiliser on your decorative stitching, your fonts, anything like that in your normal sewing machine as well is a really good thing to do.
Now, you might have just noticed Becky just changed the thread colour on her machine. Your machine tells you when it's time to do that.
Yes, yeah.
And then threading up an embroidery machine, I'm assuming that's more complicated than threading up a regular sewing machine.
If you watched the show earlier with the FS250, it threads up exactly the same way.
Exactly the same as a
This is
regular
what I was saying
sewing
about
machine.
having brother continuity throughout. It threads up in exactly the same way. It winds the bobbin in exactly the same way. The only difference is we're using slightly different thread and slightly different bobbin thread.
Got you.
So with an embroidery machine, you want to use embroidery threads. So these are the threads I'm using. There's various different brands out there you can use. It's got this gorgeous sheen to it. So that's going to give you your work basically a really lovely. It's going to play in the light, which means that the embroidery machine can actually utilise the thread in different directions to create texture.
Right.
You want a good quality thread because it's going at a very, very high speed. This is
Tends to be rayon, don't they?
yeah, this is 450 stitches per minute.
Wow.
This
cool.
machine. So the thread is under a lot of tension, a lot of pressure. I'm putting the wrong colour in because I'm talking too much.
How do you know what colour to put in?
So it says it on the screen.
Huh.
So I'm going to show
Brilliant.
you exactly what I'm doing. I'll get this one finished, and then what we're going to do is actually set up a design, and I can talk you through every single element of it. And then you can see, but I'll show you, I'll put it going.
If you've got any questions, by the way, get them in. Julie's asked, can you attach the stabiliser to just the embroidery area, or does it have to cover the whole hoop?
So it has to cover the whole hoop when you're embroidering, because that's part of what helps keep it stable. Okay, but actually you can use a, we've got one colour left, but do you know what, I'm just gonna stop it there and pull it out and show you, because this is a
Because the stabiliser doesn't actually glue to the back of the fabric, does it? Usually.
It depends what stabiliser you're using. So this is just a tearaway stabiliser. So there's our finished design. Now these are called travelling threads. And all you need to do is you just go, this is just the machine travelling from one side to the other. You just go and trim these off, okay? And then that clears your design. So there's your design from the front. Now I'm going to turn it over.
Cute.
Look at the back.
So neat.
So
There's 5
neat.
machines left and there are 8 in baskets. We're going to sell out this hour. If you want to get your brother embroidery machine for £539, it's amazing, isn't it? Like, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You need to grab it right now to make sure that you get your machine. You can get split pay if you want. £179. and 66 pence is all you need to pay today if you want to get your brother embroidery machine home, and you'll get it for £539 like everybody else who checks out today. There are 4 machines left now. Literally 4 machines left and 9 in baskets. Okay, do we have a backup? I think we have a backup. Not backup. Okay, good, excellent. Right,
I've got all these things to show
you. Let's get on. Let's crack on. Okay.
Okay, so talking about a stabiliser, you can see this is where my frame was. So the stabiliser is, and the fabric is outside of the frame. Now I've done my thing. This is called tearaway stabiliser. So you literally tear this away. So if you've ever bought a garment from the shops that's got embroidery, you'll notice that it has this sort of white stuff, and eventually it kind of disintegrates in the wash. But there you go. So your stabiliser is now only where your embroidery is. If you want to, you can use iron-on stabiliser. So that then obviously is slightly harder to tear away. Or what I recommend to do as well is, if you're doing, this is just cotton, this is very easy to embroider onto. If you're using something that has a stretch or a pile to it, so a jersey or maybe towels. So
if we want to personalise towels, like you get mum and dad are coming to stay for Christmas, and you want to make it really special, and you want to do monogrammed towels in their bedroom, we can
Christmas
do that.
Christmas presents, all those kinds of things.
Baby's first Christmas.
Yeah. So if you are embroidering on something
Stuart's
like that,
51st Christmas. Can we do that?
Absolutely.
Do you embroider that?
Yeah, why not? I would put the tearaway stabiliser on the reverse, and then wash-away stabiliser on the top. Now you do get some wash-away stabiliser in that pack. Wash-away stabiliser is my favourite thing, because you can actually just embroider on wash-away stabiliser and then dissolve it away, and you end up with these beautiful lace motifs.
Right, we've got some of those. 3 machines left.
But
18 baskets.
Oh God! If you put the wash away on the top, so basically your fabric is sandwiched between the two stabilisers.
Yeah.
That means that the embroidery will sit on the top. It will stop any stretch in the jersey, for example, and also it will sit on top of the pile rather than disappear inside the toweling.
That's a genius tip.
And then you pop it in some water or pop it in the washing machine. The wash away washes away, so you're left with a beautiful embroidery sitting on the top of your fabric.
Yeah.
And then obviously you just tear away the back one.
And do you know, I heard the most genius tip as well when you're using wash away stabiliser. I don't know if you do this or know this, but this Tracy Dennis taught me this. When she uses a small bowl of water to wash the stabiliser away, she keeps the water and bottles it, and then will soak fabric in it and hang it up to dry, and it stiffens the fabric.
It's like a starch.
Like a
Becomes
starch.
Yeah.
So clever.
Really clever. Really
A few
clever.
messages for you, Becky.
Oh, okay.
I'm watching this. I've already bought mine a little while ago. It's still in the box. Now, Penny, I can't judge because I finally got my new Juki UX8 out of the box this week. I'm in love. But Penny, come on, get it out the box. Well done you anyway, and keep watching. Debbie's got in touch to say, morning all, would love a lesson on all the different stabilisers. By the way, I've seen the Disney machine more expensive second-hand online.
Well, there you go.
And really good idea about the stabilisers. We'll do that. We'll get more stabilisers in stock on their own, and we should do that in a tools hour.
Absolutely.
Michelle, who's in Greater London, says, I'm a childminder and have this embroidery machine. I recently put names in all the kids' hand towels and a character so they know which towel is theirs. Genius.
That is so clever.
Very clever, Michelle. Very clever. Shirley, who's in Oxfordshire, says, morning, Stuart and Becky. I have this machine, but I have trouble with the tension. Could you explain the tension numbers, please? Of course we can.
Yeah, well, the tension works in exactly the same way as the Brother FS250 that we did a couple of hours ago. So it's using the dial at the top in exactly the same way. If you're having issues with the tension, give the Brother helpline a call, because if there is an issue with your machine, they'll come and pick it up.
Yeah.
And fix it for you and bring it back. So they're an incredible company to work with in that sense as well. Just make sure that you are using the correct thread and the correct bobbin, because we mentioned the top thread, but you do need to use bobbin filler on the bottom, which is a slightly finer thread than normal. Now you get 4 pre-wound bobbins with this, so you've got plenty to get going with, but you can easily find bobbin filler. And actually you can see on the back of this, if I turn it over again, the difference that using a bobbin filler makes, because what it does is, because it's that finer thread, it pulls the top colour thread in towards the back. So you end up having, on the front, there's no bobbin showing at all. Whereas when you use a sewing machine, you do see the bobbin thread because of the way the 2 stitches interlock.
Yes.
So yeah, with this, because you would have to be changing your bobbin all the time. So it's usually sort of a translucent or a very pale white.
Well, this is it, because you've embroidered black, you've embroidered white, but you've used exactly the same bobbin thread.
Absolutely.
We'd never do that in our normal sewing, because we'd end up seeing...
No.
Oh, hello. You know what that noise means, don't you? Machine's sold out.
Oh no.
Get rid of it. Get it out of my sight. I'm joking.
I haven't even touched
No,
the
I'm
surface.
sorry. Listen. We're not going anywhere. Don't worry. Don't worry. We will keep showing you the machine. Don't you worry. Don't you? Ben, our producer, is going to make some frantic phone calls. For now, we'll put our Brother FS250 sewing machine details on screen. So this is the regular sewing machine, 250 utility and decorative stitches, 3 full alphabets, 10 different dressmaking and utility feet. If everybody who's got this in their baskets checks out, this will also sell out today. But right now we have the Brother FS250 in stock. We don't know how many or if we'll be able to get them in before Christmas, but we're going to leave the graphics up on screen for the sewing machine. But Becky, if you wouldn't mind, will you carry on giving us the tour and show us how to use the machine?
I will, of course. Actually, it's nice to have the sewing machine with it, because this is just an embroidery machine. This doesn't sew. The sewing machine doesn't embroider, it just sews. So actually, there's a lot to say for combined or non-combined machines. There's pros and cons for both. But what I like about having 2 separate machines is you can put this going, and sometimes you can be 20 minutes with one colour. And then you can be sewing at the same time. So it's a really efficient use of your sewing time.
Let me ask a question. What happens? The embroidery machine's going
Yeah.
and the bobbin runs out.
Okay, so it has a bobbin alarm on it.
A bobbin alarm?
Bobbin alarm. It did go off when I was setting up my little mini earlier, so I've got a brand new bobbin in there, so it won't happen in the show. But basically it stops working, and then up here it says bobbin is running low, so you then just press the button that's got the little scissors on it that cuts your threads. You lift it out, change your bobbin, put it back in again and press go, and it will start exactly where you left off.
Brilliant. And
So-
if we're over at our friends and we need to come home and we're only halfway through a design, is that a disaster?
No, because again, I was working on this in the other room. We're to bring it in here to obviously unplug it, turn it off, brought it in, turned it on, and it says resume. In fact, I'll show you, look, I'll show you exactly, because we've still got one colour left on this one officially to do. If I turn it back on again, we just press the screen and it will, it will tell you that the carriage is going to move, and it says OK to recall and resume previous memory. So if I press OK, you see it takes us exactly back to where we were.
Perfect. And that tells us what colour thread we need. 800 embroidery, red, good.
Yeah.
It also tells us how long the design stitches for, and also tells us how long we've stitched for. Am I right?
Yeah, so shall we, while you're looking at the screen, I'll show you how to, because you can edit and make your own designs with this.
Oh, very quickly before you do. So here's what we're managing to do. So I mentioned earlier on that we do not have any stock of the stabilizer pack on our website, which means we don't have any of this available. So here's the machine without the free stabilizer, I'm afraid, but we're going to match the price of the bundle, so it's going to go down to £539. So you're still making the £60 saving. You don't get that pack of stabilizer, I'm afraid. That deal has sold out. We do not have any more stabilizer at the moment. But if you want the embroidery machine, you can absolutely get it for £539. You still get the machine, you still get all the Disney designs, everything else is as before. You just won't get that pack of stabilizers, which was a little freebie that we'd thrown in. That deal is now sold out. But you can get the embroidery machine, £539. Details are on screen.
Yay.
Right, so sorry, you were saying...
No, you're fine. So when you turn on the machine, this is what you're going to see. This is your menu. So, oh, no, you don't want that. There you go, you can see it now. So it's really, really intuitive and self-explanatory. There is an incredible instruction manual, but actually, just dive straight in. Borders, Disney designs, fonts, monogramming, embroidery designs, like very, very straightforward. If I wanted to create a design, for example, so I can actually add things in. So you've got 125 designs, but actually it's the limitless designs, even just using the ones in the machine. So if I go in these are the borders that I mentioned that we've got 140 of. So you've got 10 different shapes here. So for example, if I went for a heart, and then each one has, you've then got 14 different types of frame. So we can,
amazing.
Yeah, so that's where your 140 are.
Amazing.
Now you can use these with as applique. That's quite a long demo, so if you invite me back, I'll show you that one.
Yeah. I think we will. I think
will
it's
you really
definite.
have me back? That's
I think
nice
so. It's not up to me, Becky, but if it was, it would be an immediate yes.
I feel the love. Right, so once I've selected my design, I'm then going to press set. Okay, and that's put my design into this. So this square here, this red square, is the 10 by 10 frame that we're working to. Now, sorry, that square is, the red square is the size of the design. If I want to make that bigger, I can just come into size. Come on, there we go. And we can make it bigger. There we go. So that's as big as we can go. That's filled the frame.
Yep.
But we can go, you know, smaller, narrower, taller, fatter, however you want to go.
Oh, and just going back to those for 1 second, am I right to assume, Becky, the top and bottom arrows, they'll stretch it in that direction only?
Yes.
That direction only, or both will be sort of keep the shape the same?
Yeah, so these are to keep the proportions. These will make it long and thin, or short and fat, and these will make it the other way.
Can you use those on me? Tall and thin.
So look, if I press that one now, it has filled the whole square because I've elongated it.
Sorry, we're just having fun with short and fat, tall and thin at the moment.
What you
it's
like.
the kind of children we are.
Right, so I've made my heart fill the screen now. So now, if I go to the add button, I get taken back to my screen here, so I can add something in. So let's go in the Disney, because we do love a little bit of Disney. This is where your princesses are. All of the menus are in your instruction books as well. There's a gorgeous little Tinkerbell silhouette that I love. So that can sit right there in the middle. I can make her... Now, notice with the Disney ones, I've got some of my squares are greyed out. And this is because it's very important that, you know, Disney want their iconic figures to look how they're supposed to look.
Yes.
So you can't necessarily adjust them in quite the same way as you can the others.
Winnie the Pooh is short and fat,
yes,
isn't
he is, yeah.
You can't make Winnie the Pooh tall and thin just because you want to.
It wouldn't be a licensed version.
No,
anyway.
I feel like I've been channeling Winnie the Pooh since I was born.
Oh, brilliant. I think I've been channeling Eeyore.
Oh, never. Oh.
Okay, so we've got little Tinkerbell in the middle. We can move her around, so I can change the position of where she is.
Okay. Can we make her bigger?
We can't make her bigger because of the sizing. So different Disney ones will have different limits.
Oh, I see.
So we can't change the size of her.
I gotcha.
Because we're greyed out there. But what we can do...
She's meant to be small, isn't she?
She is meant to. And also this is just like a little silhouette of her.
Right, yeah.
If I go into add and then add in a text, for example. So what should we do? Let's do...
well, our producer desperately wants you to do Ben.
Oh, okay, we can do Ben.
Oh, can't tell you how thrilled he is.
But yes, I just got in my ear, was quite amusing.
And do you see as well at home, like on a normal sewing machine, you'd have to be like, what number is B? Oh, that's 02, put that in. What number's E? Put that in. Whereas with your embroidery machine, it's literally a B, an E and an N. So much quicker and easier. So much quicker and easier. So there we go. Ben is in the heart with Tinkerbell.
So we can shrink him down. Now the other thing we can do is actually to go into, if I do font edit, see where it's, so we can change the colours of the letters, we can change all sorts of things. If I go into array, and then
nice.
press this,
yes.
we're then angling Ben.
You happy, Ben? Ben, you happy with that? Oh yeah.
And then colours, so that up here we've got colours, so we can go in here and we can change. So at the moment black is selected because that's whatever has the red squares around it is the part of the design that's selected.
Understood.
Okay, so what colour would Ben like his letters to be?
Pink, please.
Okay.
But can we have 3 shades of pink?
You can. If you go into font array, what am I doing?
I'm really putting you through your paces here, aren't I? I'm
trying to press the buttons, like on...
there we go, and okay.
Right, so there we go. So can you see now that it's just the B?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, that's just changing the size.
Oh, I've made it really complicated.
You've made it really complicated.
Haven't I? There we go.
You can do it. You can do it. There you go.
So if we want to change the colour, we can.
Yeah. And so select gives you. There we go. So we want. Come on, we want the E. There we are.
Yeah.
So if I go into colour. Oh, it's still showing the B. Oh, there we go.
Get the idea.
I'm just going to give you a black B. There you go.
There we go.
Actually, you can have a purple.
You're having that, Ben, and that's it.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, he's happy with that.
There you are. There you are. So, yeah, so select will give you, I mean, it is touch screen. You can touch it as well or use a stylus, but select will kind of go through. So if you wanted a different colour heart, for example, you can change that. Let's see, what colour? We'll go for a green maybe, or a blue if you want a blue. There you are. Yeah?
Beautiful.
There's our
I think Ben's happy
design.
with that. Ben, how many machines have we got left? 8 machines left. We restocked. We had quite a few, actually. We've literally got 8 left. Is that literally all we've got in the company now? 8 machines left. We have nothing else. This was our other stock. This was our other stock. We had more than 8. They've already gone down. I didn't even get a chance to say. So we've got 8 left.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
Right.
we've got 8 left. Right.
So once you're happy and you've just with your design, now I recommend pressing this little button up here, and what this does is it turns it into a stitch design on the screen. So you can see the direction of the stitching. Ooh. It's a bit hard to see at home, but that is what it will look like exactly when it's stitched out. So that gives you, then you can really, you know, finite tweaking and everything else. You can either then save it if you want to. You can save it on the machine or to a USB, and then you press edit end. Now this is one final chance to kind of move your design around, and then when you're ready you press embroidery, and then we're ready to go.
Oh my goodness, Ben is literally like chomping at the bit. He's sitting on the edge of his seat as we speak, and is too excited. So you're going to show us how to hoop?
Yes.
I need to learn all of this.
So this is my piece of stabilizer here, and then the fabric goes on the top. Okay. Now I've got here the frame is in 2 parts. It acts like a reverse picture frame. Okay. And there's a little arrow here and a little arrow here that you want to line up. So we open it up with the screw at the bottom so it's a little bit open, and the wider part goes underneath. Okay.
Oh, so that's kind of like the opposite of an embroidery hoop for hand embroidery.
Yes. Yeah. And then this, because what you want is the fabric to be on the bottom, so it's pressing against the base of the machine.
Of course you do, and then you squish that in.
So that then gets pushed inside. Give the screw a bit of a tighten. You do get a little screwdriver that helps you to tighten that nicely. And then what you need to do is get hold of the fabric and just give it a pull.
Inwards.
Outwards. So I'm pulling towards it,
yes.
but I'm basically tightening. I'm using the pressure of the frame to tighten the fabric. And what you're looking for is that drum sound.
Drum skin. And this, obviously you're working on a piece of fabric, but like you showed us earlier, this could be a sweatshirt, a towel,
anything.
Could be something finished. It could be a quilt.
It could. Well, the quilt behind me is 144 10 by 10 embroideries done on this machine.
Amazing.
And even my little, because that was what I was telling you earlier, that was my lockdown project. I even made a little embroidery.
So that label, that's also done on this?
All done on this machine.
Isn't that amazing?
So everything you can see there is in the machine. Those designs, those fonts, etc.
Brilliant.
So yeah, it's all there.
And did you arrange all of those things within one hoop, all designed and then stitched it all out?
So I had one hoop. So every, basically you can see on the
right side. Oh, sorry, I meant your label.
Oh,
Did you put like the leaves and the berries? That was all in one?
So I designed it on the screen there, and it was one hoop.
You don't have to do the words first and then start adding amazing
not at all.
stuff,
exactly
isn't it?
The process I've just gone through with you. Yeah. That's what we did. So then to put it into the machine, there's 2 little, I call them like train bumpers.
Yep.
Like here on a toy train, and they clip into the machine just on the arm here. So this part of the machine is the bit that does all of the work. The needle, this is what blows my mind a little bit about embroidery machines. The needle is just going up and down like it would in a normal sewing machine.
It's not dancing around all over the place,
No, it's straight up and down.
Straight up and down.
This is going backwards, forwards, left and right, and manoeuvring it so that the needle lands in the right place.
I know, it is very clever, isn't it?
It's so clever.
So you tuck it under the foot.
Yeah, and then you just clip that in there. Now to remove it, you just pull this little bit of this little metal lever and it slides out. So it's really, really easy.
Can you show me that again? So you push that backwards and then...
Yeah. So basically that is sort of clipping it on. Yeah. If you push that back, it's releasing it. So you just pull it in and out. So we're good to go. Now I'm going to pick a colour. That's it, ready to go. So I should thread it up.
Blue for the frame.
Blue for the frame.
Now, how do you know that the frame's the first thing to stitch? Why do you know to put that in?
It's got it over here. I'll show you exactly, because the screen is telling us so much all the time.
Yeah.
So let me put this going, and then I'm going to show you exactly what the screen is telling us.
I love the fact that it just threads up like a sewing machine.
Exactly like a sewing machine.
And we've got a needle threader.
Needle threader. The thing is, with an embroidery machine, threading it up, where did I put my scissors? There they are. Threading it up is the thing that you're going to be doing more than anything else.
That's what you do.
Yeah, because there's no foot pedal with this.
No.
There's nothing else to do. You just literally change the colour. So there we go. So it's starting. So if you have a look at the screen, now we're stitching. This part here is the whole design. Okay. Over here, there's a smaller square that shows you the element of the design that's being stitched. So we can see that that's the heart. Okay, and down the middle here, we've got all the different colour steps and how long each one's going to take. Now at the moment, this is 420 embroidery because that's like the standard embroidery thread numbers. Now in the back of your booklet, you have a conversion chart.
Brill.
So if you like to use, for example, the Gutermann Sulkies, there you go, it's all in there. But also, if I pause this and go into the menu.
What did you press to pause it?
Just the start button. If I go into the menu and scroll across, can you see here it says 1, 2, 3 embroidery? If I want to use any other brands, so that, for example, the Gutermann Sulkies, if I then press OK, see the numbers have changed?
All the numbers.
So you can actually make the machine talk in the language of the threads that you use.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Isn't it? It's just the best machine.
It's so simple.
So simple.
When you've got somebody who knows what they're talking about.
But it's all in the booklet. I'm not telling you anything that isn't in the booklet. And again, you know, ring the customer helpline if you're not sure.
I'll ring you.
Ring me. Don't ring me. You can contact me on Facebook. You can ring me.
I'll ring
anytime.
you.
Now on this screen here, can you see, I don't know if you can see, it's quite tiny, this little green cross that's jumping around.
Yes.
That is showing us in real time where the needle is stitching. Okay, so we know our bit, the part of it, we know where the needle is stitching. Also along the top we've got 3 numbers. Now the black numbers at the bottom are the totals. So this design has 3,240 stitches in it, and we can see in real time the number of stitches we're doing. So we're 611, 618, 625. We're 3 minutes into an 8-minute design, so we know that this design to stitch in total is going to take 8 minutes. Now that does not include changing your threads.
No, that's stitching time.
That's stitching time. So add a little bit on.
Oh, it's going round again now. Look. Oh, this is so clever. And I'm thinking as well, those heart frames would be awesome as quilting designs.
They really would.
And you can stitch through a layered quilt, can't you? And effectively, this is doing what a long arm is doing. A long arm quilting machine is a really big embroidery machine, basically. And that's superb.
This is one of the quilting designs in the machine. And yeah. So that is a layer of wadding in between, the backing, you know.
Yeah, really clever that.
So there you go. Yeah, no, it will stitch through all of that.
I'm just thinking I would use that heart frame. You could do that and then you could free motion quilt, you know, stipple quilting in the background. You can combine the two, combine your skills.
Yeah.
You can use this for applique as well, right?
Yeah. Well, one of my favourite things, this is what, it's quite a lot, like I said, it's quite a long demonstration, but you stitch the frame out onto fabric that's stabilised with Gondaweb, which is the paper-backed glue.
Yeah.
And then you pop it onto the fabric that you're using, iron it on, and then it will embroider one of these frames around it and turn it into an applique.
Gorgeous.
So I think the frames
so the heart
are very
in the
underrated.
centre could be like gingham fabric on a calico background. You could embroider it and applique in one step.
Yeah.
That is superb. It just goes on and on. Isn't it the functionality?
It's amazing.
So now it's telling us we're going to do Tinkerbell next.
Yeah, so we want number 328, which on my threads is this colour.
That's gorgeous, like a sort of antique gold.
Yes.
Ben, I hope you're getting excited for this. Ben is proper excited. He's proper on the edge of his seat.
Right, I'm turning it round, I'm afraid, to thread it up.
That is
my
brilliant.
skills are not yet able to thread it up from behind.
I can't do it either. No, just brilliant. But the fact that you can do this in 8 minutes means that actually if you want to personalise like all the grandkids' Christmas stockings, it's not actually going to take you very long. And you could have, you know, like an hour one day where you sit at the machine, program all the kids' names into a heart with a motif, whatever, store them all so you've got that done, and then when you sit down to sew you can just do them boom boom boom.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the more you put into a design, the longer it's going to take. So the time of it is relatively up to you when you're making. But yeah, I would definitely recommend saving the designs that you create. So for prime example, when I first got my embroidery machine, it was this time of year, and I was like, oh, Christmas, what can I embroider? And literally everything. I did downstairs towels for the downstairs loo. I did anything that could be embroidered with Christmas stuff, and I did place settings. So we've all got a fabric place setting that has the person's name and like a little Christmas dove motif, which is in the machine. And then so everybody had these place settings. That was the Christmas they cancelled due to COVID.
Right.
So nobody got to use my place settings that I'd made because no one was allowed to come round. So the following year I was like, great, I can get them out again and use them. However, our family had grown by 2 in that time. My sister had met her partner and they now have a baby. So I was like, right, I need to have some more. So I'd saved my design in the machine so I could go back in, just change the names, and recreate 2 brand new place settings in exactly the same design. So yeah, if you're making something, definitely save it.
Brilliant, brilliant. And I suppose as well, if you're making to sell too, and you want that consistency, you save your basic sort of template that maybe you can then drop an initial into, and then you can personalise anything. Everything's so quick and easy. And of course, when you personalise things, the value shoots up, doesn't it?
Yes.
Anything that's got your name or your initial or something, or a date.
Yeah. Little Tinkerbell is being stitched out. I'm just going to grab the next colour.
I mean, it's perfect for Ben because he is a little Tinkerbell. He is the deal fairy. I love that. Could we embroider him a sweatshirt that said that?
We absolutely can.
I am
Probably
the
not
deal
in the show,
fairy.
but yeah, the deal fairy. I absolutely love it. So that's it. It's little stitching out the Disney sign. So now we're doing the bee.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
So, Ben, Stu, you know, that can be abbreviated.
Yeah.
If someone's got a longer name,
yeah,
like, for example, Cameron or, you know...
Rebecca.
Yes, Angelica. How would we do that? Say, for example, we wanted to put that on... Well, we wanted to do it like bride on the back of a dressing gown, and we wanted to put the bride. How would we do that?
So if you're doing, so I'm going to just go back. Let's just save this and come back to this in a second.
Oh, okay, because Ben definitely wants that finished.
Right, so that's now saved. So I can now go back to the main menu.
Okay.
So if I'm creating a new design and I want to use a long name, so if I did, for example, Rebecca, so R, E, ooh, come on, it's because I'm at a funny angle. B, remember how to spell my own name, E. See, it says pattern extends to the outside of the embroidery frame, add no additional characters. Okay, so down here we've got L, M and S, okay? So if I press M, this is now medium. So I can put in the rest of the letters, or I can go even smaller than that. Now, if I then put that in, okay, so obviously I've got my 10 by 10, so I can't extend.
So this now fits into my hoop?
Yes, so I've got that at that size. However, I can still go in and make it bigger if I want to. I can, if I go into font edit and do array, I can slant it. Oh, it's because I filled the thing. So if you made that slightly smaller and then slanted it and then expanded it again. So yeah, so you can absolutely then make it longer. Also, the other thing to add is you do get a little frame, which, where have I put it? I've got one of my own here. So this goes into the frame.
Yeah.
Okay, and this basically gives you a grid. So that 10 by 10 there is your sewing area. So if I put it on top, you can see, and this slots into the frame perfectly. Okay, so what you can do when you're actually doing things, so for example, if you want to do a design that is bigger than 10 by 10 but maneuver, so it's going to be maybe 4 designs in one, what you can actually do is imagine, obviously you're not going to have drawn on a piece of fabric with a biro, but if you use one of those fabric pens that is like
a friction pen,
then what you do is you mark where you want the centre of your design to be. You can use this guide to then line up your design. So then when you've finished that design, you then can move the fabric and reline it up so that it all works together.
Right, so we could do the bride in separate letters.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Okay,
absolutely.
great.
So it's not a, you know, although at one time you can sew 10 by 10 centimetres, actually the world is your oyster.
Brilliant, perfect. Now I have some questions. If you
Okay.
can reset Ben going. Graham's asked, can you download other designs from the internet?
Yes, you can. Right, just to set this up, can you see now it's brought us back to the beginning?
Yeah.
There's a plus and a minus down here.
Yeah.
So this is also really good if you miss, I will answer that question, but if you miss like stitches, if some stitches get skipped or if the thread comes unthreaded and it's not quite missed some, if you go in here, you can actually forward, backwards and forwards, 1 stitch, 10 stitches or 100 stitches. Brilliant. So that you've got it all clear.
Or multiples of.
Yeah. So I can now go back, I've skipped forward colours to the B, I can press go and it will start stitching.
Oh, fantastic.
The key with all of this stuff though, you know I was saying about manoeuvring it and everything else, do not take the fabric out of the hoop.
No.
If you take the fabric out of the hoop, you will never ever get it back in the right place.
No.
So you won't, it won't work.
Yeah. Just don't panic, leave the fabric in the frame,
yeah,
and then you can always get back to where you need to be.
Absolutely.
So how do we find and download patterns, embroidery patterns from the internet?
Okay, so as I said at the beginning, you want a PES file. So you can go on and look and search free PES files and you'll get millions and millions of hits. My main thing that I would say to do is to go onto the Brother EU website, which will give you, and on there are 24 free designs that you can download immediately, and every month one drops off and one drops on, so there's 2 years worth of designs on there at any one time, so every month you can go on there and upload a brand new one.
That's cool.
Absolutely.
And do you get like seasonal ones as well?
There's seasonal in there, there's all sorts of things, applique designs, all kinds, there you go.
There we are.
There you are.
These are the designs.
There's also an American site as well where if you sign up to their newsletter you have access, and they've got like hundreds and hundreds on their database. You can also purchase PES files if you want to. They're not usually, you know, that expensive, but if there's a design, prime example, a friend of mine had a baby and they were really into motorbikes, so I bought some black.
The baby was?
The baby was very, no. Mum and Dad, very into motorbikes. Go over there. My first day. I bought some.
Sorry, Mum.
You can come back.
Okay, thank you.
Bought some black baby grows, and I wanted to put motorbikes on there because you can't buy them anywhere. So I did buy a motorbike design and create it, and it was like, you know, Born to Ride and all these kinds of things.
That.
So they did them a set of 3,
and
it was really personal, and they loved it, and you know, so it was definitely worth doing.
Yeah.
So
you
yeah,
know you're going to be
well.
producer Ben's favourite guest now, don't you? You are absolutely going to be his favourite. You'll be able to do no wrong.
Oh.
I mean, I brought, you know, cake in this morning that I had baked, which was appreciated to begin with. It's been completely forgotten now.
Was it personalised though?
No, it wasn't.
Personalised cake, was it?
No, no, it wasn't.
So yeah, there we go. We're doing the E now. So
That's brilliant.
When one step is finished, can you see it drops off the screen as well?
Yeah.
So the list gets smaller and smaller. So now we've only got these 2 steps, and it's where also something else to point out. These both say 1 minute on them, but we're step 4 of 5. So sorry, we're 7 minutes into an 8-minute design. So even when it says a minute, it rounds up.
Yeah.
So a design might only take maybe 20 seconds, but it will still say 1 minute.
Right.
Just so that you're aware of that.
Yeah. Yeah, but even so, it's incredibly fast, isn't it? And
So
you're creating a
fast.
really big design there. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I love it. Absolutely love it. So many of you have got your embroidery machines. Well done. A little bit envious. So much fun to play with, isn't it? Now, there are literally 7 machines left now. Just 7.
Wow.
We've already sold out once. We've sold out of the machines that came with the stabiliser pack. Now, this one doesn't come with any stabiliser. However, I do want to just let you know we do have stabilisers available on the website. Not the multi-pack, the sample pack, but we do have some stabilisers available on the website if you want to have a look. Because you will need some stabiliser to get started.
Absolutely. Stabiliser, embroidery thread and bobbin filler. You've got your bobbin filler because I said the 4 bobbins come pre-wound. So you've got that to get started straight away. Grab yourself some embroidery threads and some stabiliser.
Oh, and that's just another new obsession for me because the embroidery threads come in the most beautiful sets,
really
don't they?
do.
In their own carry cases. Rainbow colours, pastels, autumn shades, you name it. That is Ben's going wild.
There you go.
Wild. That is gorgeous. That is so cool.
So again, you just want to trim off your little travelling threads.
Yeah. So a little pair of really sharp embroidery scissors useful.
Yes, very useful. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do this with a big pair of shears or something.
That's brilliant. And the amount of detail in there is incredible.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see, but even the end of Tinkerbell's wand has got sort of little sparkles coming off it. Can you see? Do you know what? That is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant stuff. That's Ben's wishes come true.
Aww.
He really is. He really is. Yeah. You're easy to please, Ben. Well, you see, Ben, I think, has a very good attitude to life because he comes into life with very low expectations and he's rarely disappointed.
You can join the Eeyore gang then.
There you go, absolutely. That is fab. And then to unhoop it,
So
what do we do?
Just to unhoop it, you just want to unscrew this just slightly, pop it out. There you go. And then, again, you just tear off the stabiliser.
Yeah.
Which is quite a satisfying thing to do.
You know, with that stabiliser, see, this is, you know, I want to get, you know, maximum use out of everything. With the stabiliser, could I have like a larger piece, like a 1/2 metre piece, just not cut it, sort of hoop it in the corner so it still covered the area? I'm just thinking then, could I go round with scissors, like once it's embroidered, go round with scissors, then take off the main piece, and then I'm not tearing away quite as much.
Yeah, I'm sure,
Just
absolutely.
being a little bit economical.
I mean, I'm just using it this way because I mean, how
You
often
get it for
are
free.
you? I don't actually.
No. Oh my goodness.
No, I don't.
Oh my goodness.
But how? Like, because I'm demonstrating on a square of fabric.
Yeah.
Like these are just purely to show you what you can do. You know, invariably this is going to be a garment or a towel or a place setting or a dressing gown.
Well, I think we're going to turn it into a baseball cap that Ben can wear every single time he comes to work.
Amazing. Yeah, because you could fussy cut this out and do a little hand stitch. Absolutely. Absolutely. But
Beautiful.
There
Lovely.
you are.
Well done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wow. Amazing. Well, I'm completely sold on embroidery machines. They're so much fun, aren't they? And so adaptable. Think about what you could do with bag making, little accessories, things to gift, things to sell, things to raise money for charity as well, personalising, quilting. And as well, of course, you've got those designs that you can stitch just on wash away stabiliser.
Yeah.
And create like little lacy ornaments.
Yes, Christmas decorations.
Ooh, absolutely gorgeous. Wow. Now, if you order the machine, you will get your machine in about 5 to 7 days. You could be embroidering ready for Christmas. Now, everyone who's got their machine in baskets, that's all our stock. allocated. If you want to cut in and get a machine, if you can still put it in your basket and check out. If you're quicker than the people who currently we have all of the machines available are in baskets, but you can still put a machine into a basket, you can check out and you can get your machine home in 7 days if you want to. But once those machines have gone, we will have sold out completely. Becky, amazing demos. Thank you so much and welcome to the family.
Thank you so much for
Will you
having
come back?
me. Well, yeah, if you'll have me.
Of course we will. I'm going to make an executive decision. Ben said you'll come back, and
I
he
had
does
very
have
enthusiastic
the
in my ear.
power. He does have the power, believe me. Thank you so much. So you don't know when you're back, but it'll be soon.
Hopefully,
all right,
yeah.
Awesome. I'll see what I can do. All right, so we're going to go to a little break now. When we come back for our final hour, it's a kit roundup. We've got some gorgeous kits, so don't go anywhere. I'll see you in just a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
I've got something to tell you. I've fallen in love. And it's true love. It's real love, but actually it's love at first sight. And that's quite special, isn't it? It's this quilt here. Oh my goodness. I love this. Isn't it beautiful? You know me and warm colours. I absolutely love warm colours, but this is out of this world. I love this, genuinely. I just think that is beautiful. I love the fact that Kaif's has demonstrated his prowess with colour in this, I think, because you've got all those lovely warm colours, but do you see there's also some blue in there, some green in there, some lime in there, purples, a little, just a little, and it just balances the whole thing out, you know? It just adds spice and flavour, and it's just delicious, isn't it? The quilt's called Chic Centred, and it is fabrics from this year's K Facet collection. I think that is absolutely wild and gorgeous. Now, here are the graphics. It's $139.99, but it's not actually, because Ben's in today and he's feeling giddy because Becky just embroidered him the Deal Fairy badge. She's got to prove it now. $129.99. I'll take a tenner. I'll take a tenner. That's awesome. $129.99 for that. Now, size-wise, this is 170 centimetres by 128 centimetres. You can see that's going to go on a single bed beautifully. It's a throw over a large sofa. You could definitely throw that over a double bed quilt as well. Brilliant for if you're snuggling on the sofa. Enough room for 2 or 3 to snuggle on the sofa. Gorgeous and so jolly and warm, isn't it? Now you get all of your fabrics inside the box to make this. All of your piecing fabrics. I think generally you don't get the fabric for the binding, but however, we always say there's bits left over that you can do a scrappy binding. This has got a scrappy binding, so do you know what? I'm going to open this and just have a look and see, because I suspect that you do get the fabric for the binding. Includes the binding, includes the binding. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. And you get your full sort of instructions where you're going to place each fabric. Each fabric has a letter and easy to put together. What a beautiful, beautiful quilt that is. I think that's fab. Really nice. And that's slightly out of what I normally do, fabric-wise, quilt-wise, but that really appeals to me. Nicely done. Nicely done, Kaif. Nicely done. Okay, and thanks as well for the little saving, Ben. Love that. Right, let's move on. Sweet Baby. Sweet Baby. Now, this is rather lovely. I thought Ben was just talking to me then, but actually he's talking about this quilt. Now, this is a quick kit and it's ready to sew. What's brilliant about these kits is that you actually get all of the fabrics for the blocks already cut out. It's all cut out for you. It's pre-cut, all within the kit. Your squares, your strips, they're all in there. They're all in there cut out. Now this quilt is 51 inches by 67 inches. So it's a large baby quilt. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that this is the kind of quilt that's going to take a child up to probably 9-10 years old or beyond. We're going to do a lovely saving on this kit. Should be £119.99. It's on split pay, £59.99. That's because it goes over our £100 sort of limit. But the price, that's a big drop. £89.99. Thank you, Deal Fairy. You're still getting the split pays. We shouldn't still have split pays on that, Ben. You'll get in trouble. Just saying. £44.99. That's your first payment of £2, and you can get that quilt kit home. Remember, it is all cut, ready to start sewing. Absolutely brilliant. That is great. Gorgeous colours too. And I think that combination of blues, turquoise, that little bit of gorgeous soft yellow is good for boys and girls, isn't it? It's not really very specific at all. Fab. Okay, great. Now, can we do then? Well, I love these ones from Kansas Troubles. Now, these are very, very me. These are very, very me. I've got 2 kits here. Both from Kansas Troubles. I think these are gorgeous, and if you've seen videos or pictures from my home, you'll know these are very much the sort of quilts and colours that I have at home. Let's start with this one, Hope Blooms. Hope Blooms. So Kansas Troubles quilters are one of my absolute favourite designers for Moda. They've been designing for Moda for years. Now, would you believe in this kit, you've got all your fabric to make your 66 by 66 quilt, but you've also got all of the fabric and the pattern to make a 22 by 46 table runner to match. That's amazing. Let me open this up and let me show you these beautiful, beautiful fabrics. Now then, you've got your full pattern, okay? Really good pattern in there. It's layer cake friendly, so it's a pattern you'll use again and again. You've also got your melon template. So you have a template that you're going to use, and rather than expecting you to sort of make your own, you've actually got that included. Now, this is actually an acrylic Perspex template. It's not cardboard. And you actually peel this paper off before you start using it, all right? But you've got that included. And then look at all this gorgeous fabric that you've got in here. You've got layer cake squares. Look at this great big stack of fabric. You're going to use this for your backgrounds, your borders, your bindings. And remember, this isn't to make one project, this is 2. You're getting everything you need to do the top of the quilt, that's 66 inches square, and the table runner, that's 22 inches by 46 inches in length. I'm going to dive in because I can't wait to get my hands all over this Kansas Troubles quilt. Go on, Ben, what are you doing? What are you... Oh... That's really good. You kidding me? £139.99. Quite tempted. For 2 projects. So you get your layer cake. Okay, you get your layer cake. And then look at all this lot. This is big pieces of fabric here. That is delicious, isn't it? These are so my colours and so my kind of fabrics. And you've got fabrics for your leaves, because your leaves are repeated throughout your project. So you've got a number of different greens to create your leaves. Do you remember here in the design, you've got all of these. So you've got all of those. You've got your fabric for your inner border. So can you see this little border that goes around here? This is your fabric here for that. You've also got another inner border in green. There's your fabric for that. You've got your binding. You've got your background fabric for the background of all of your blocks as well. And of course, don't forget this fabric right here. This is what you're going to use for that wide outer border as well. This is nice, easy piecing. 66 inches square, but remember you're also getting all of your fabric and your pattern to create your table runner as well, which is just superb value. Absolutely fantastic value. I'm just going to grab the pattern out for a second as well. I'm having a little nosy now. I want to see where you use that template. Okay, so you've got all of your full instructions. Oh, I see. Okay. Ah, this is nice. Oh, I like this. So basically what you've got there, you're creating a pieced block, and then the flower, I thought this was curved piecing, but look, it's actually fusible applique. So you use this template to cut out fabric that's been bonded to Bondaweb, and then you center it over the top and applique it down. Well, that's easy. That's easy. That's quick. You've got your flower center as well. Oh, that's super easy. Absolutely brill. So this is a nice, easy, beginner-friendly quilt. Lots of colour pictures as well to guide you. And then look as well, you've got 3 blocks with the appliques to make your table runner. And you've got all the fabric that you need included. You don't have to add any more in. Gosh, I'd make that more than once. That is lovely. Now you only have to pay $46.66 to get this home today because we put it on 3 split pays. Remember, there's no interest if you use split pay. You do not pay a penny extra. There are no credit checks at all. It's just one of the options when you come to check out, would you like split pays? And if you click yes, then you're just going to pay $46.66. This is a lovely project to work on over the last part of autumn. I reckon with a good wind behind you, you could have that finished before New Year. Could you? Yeah, you could. You could, definitely. Brilliant. But, you know, that beautiful quilt is going to be there to use all year round. I always think, you know, in this country, certainly, we tend to think, you know, once December's over and done with, that's it, winter's over, you know, January the 1st is the start of spring. And of course it isn't. We've still got January and February of winter. My birthday's in February and it's always frozen, snowy, ice. We still need our lovely quilts then and into the spring. This is a beautiful, beautiful quilt. And at 66 inches square, that's a good quilt to have as like a snuggle quilt as well on the sofa. That would work so well in my house. Just beautiful. Now that's one of our Kansas Trouble quilters pattern. The other one that we've got is called Sugar Maple Farm. Maple Hill. Maple Hill. Well, literally one left. One of these left. Now this, absolutely beautiful. This is a different kind of sampler quilt. This appeals to me very much. Because what you've got in here is you've got your flying geese. You've got your double churn dash block here. You've got your maple leaves, all pieced. You've got some checkerboard, some single churn dash blocks. If that's set on point, I think we call that monkey wrench, don't we? Different names for different things. You've got some pieced pumpkins, and then you've got a little bit of applique. You've got some log cabin in the basket. I'm suspecting these are little Dresdens. Let's open it up and have a look. Now, I need this. Oh, I need this. You just taken money off without me. Did you now? $139.99. Very nice. Very nice. So this whole quilt, this is a big quilt, by the way. This is a big quilt. This is 72 inches by 86. So this would go lovely on a wall, but also that'd be lovely on a bed, wouldn't it? Okay. So look, you've got all of your individual blocks. How to cut them out, how to piece them. You could do this over a period of months. You've got a birdhouse and post. You've got your churn dash trio, your pumpkins with flying geese. You've got your log cabin basket. You've got your maple leaves and checkerboards. You've got your flying geese. And then you've got how to piece together the different parts of the quilt, how the whole thing goes together, how you add the borders on as well. And you'll notice at the moment the bulrushes are missing. So these actually get appliqued on And here are all of your templates, all drawn out. This is called, they're calling it cattail leaves. I call it bulrush. And then these are appliqued, these little sunflowers. You've got all of your petals, your pumpkin stems and leaves. These are all appliqued on. Your little bird as well. Oh, this is adorable. There's one left. There are 6 in baskets. Come on, if you don't check out, I will. Look at these fabrics. I'd buy this kit just to get hold of all these fabrics. These are so me. They are so me. I just love them. Oh, it's sold out. Can I still carry on looking through? Am I allowed to still touch everything? I really like that. Whoever got that, I'm feeling a little bit jealous. This one. Oh, I love this. Anila Hoey. Yeah, oh, I love this quilt. I love this quilt. I keep on meaning actually to get this, buy this kit, because I love the character of it. The colours are beautiful. This would still fit in my house. My house is very sort of, you know, cottagey and sort of beams and slate floors and wood burner and all that kind of, you know. This is quite modern in many ways. The fabrics are quite modern and fresh. But this would work really, really well in my very cottagey home. This would also work really, really well if you had a very modern house. A message from Joe. Joe says, I've just done my first order, sweet baby quilt. Going to make it for my grandson. Oh, congratulations. That's wonderful. Oh, you'll really enjoy making it. It's nice and easy. Loads of the cutting's done for you. All the blocks are cut out. It's super easy and fun. Do send us some pictures, won't you? Now, to celebrate your first grandson, we're going to do a little offer on this quilt as well. Why not? You know what, Ben? Really? Wow. Well, that's the lowest I've ever seen that. Under £100, $99.99 with split pay still, $49.99. This quilt, by the way, is 54 inches by 68. Super for throwing on a bed. Also fantastic if you want to snuggle under. These fabric. Now, first of all, just have a look at that quilt pattern. That's the quilt pattern done in sort of modern solid palette. Isn't that beautiful? I think that is absolutely stunning. This range of fabrics, though, gorgeous. You've got little foxes. You've got fox gloves, of course. You've got horses. I didn't see any of this when I looked at the picture, actually. You don't see those little details, but you see them when you're close up. We've got some lovely modern prints, a diagonal kind of cross-cut gingham. That's really cute as well. You've got this adorable sort of micro dot. I like that. We've got that in all sorts of different colours. Here's a lovely little modern print, little squares. This is nice, this kind of hatched design. More of those spots. I just love it. There's so much fabric in this kit for $99.99. Superb value. I mean, again, I'd buy the kit just to get my hands on all these lovely fabrics. So a great big stack. And then look, you've got all this yardage as well for things like your background and also for your binding as well. It's just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant kit. Plus that pattern, and again, that pattern, I could imagine using that again and again, actually. I think that is a really, really lovely, I'm going to be terrible repacking this. I'd never get a job, would I, packing quilts? It'd be like, Stuart, did you pack that quilt? And I'd be like, I didn't pack it. It wasn't me. What makes you think I packed that quilt? What makes you think I did that? Oh, Becky, make it look nice, please. Useless, aren't I? Absolutely useless. I am really bad at folding things. You should see how I fold fitted sheets. Gorgeous. My mother would be ashamed of me. Right, let's move on. What should we do? Yes. Oh, now then. This is one, we did this together actually, Yvonne and I. Henna Magic Circles. This is lovely. Now, this uses this amazing range of fabrics from Beth Studley. And I mean, Village Fabric kits are always superb because they go the extra mile. They really do. So if you only need a 2-inch strip, then that's what they cut and that's what you get in the kit. So you're not paying for fabric that you don't use. And I think that's really cool. You know, I mean, I don't mind having leftover fabrics when I buy a kit. And in fact, I will cut it, you know, as kind of tightly as I can to have a bit spare. But you are paying, if you've got extra fabric, you are paying for it. Whereas with them Village Fabrics, they do cut exactly what you need. I mean, I don't mean to the nearest millimetre, don't get me wrong, but, you know, they do cut everything to the right sort of size and shape that you need. Loads and loads of beautiful fabrics in this. There are a few blenders as well, where you just need that little bit of contrast. Absolutely gorgeous. So you see here, for example, this is the size of fabric that you need of this colour. So that's what you've got. I mean, it's not even a fat eighth. Brilliant, because if you had to buy a fat eighth, that would add an extra maybe £1.50, £2 to the kit price. You're only paying £64.99 for this because you've got all of the fabrics that you need. That is lovely. Yeah, it's an amazing design, actually. Fusible applique. Fusible applique. It's a really big quilt as well, this, actually. Let me just find the pattern. It is 51 inches square. Now, to put that in context, over a sort of 3-seater sofa, that's going to go right across the back. Absolutely brilliant. If I show you on this quilt behind me what 51 inches equates to, well, it's actually just wider. So it's actually just about here. It's wider than this. So if you imagine this on your sofa, snuggling, you, me, on the sofa, watching a film, little hot chocolate, little box of biscuits. Yum. Fabulous. Love that. And there's the image. There I am. There he is. Oh, resplendent in blue floral. Gosh, I haven't worn that shirt for ages. I'm not wearing it today, though, because I'm dark and moody today. There's Yvonne. That is superb, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Really fun. Dark and moody. Smouldering. That's me. Smouldering. Good, good, good. All right, lovely. Can we do some Alice Caroline? Let me grab these Alice Caroline. We've got some Alice Caroline kits. I've got two. Let's do the Over the Rainbow quilt. This is block 6. This is so pretty. Now, this is to make what you see. It is part of a block of the month. However, you can make this up as a single cushion. And this is all beautiful Liberty fabrics. So it's a Dresden plate, appliqued onto a background, and then you've got sashing or borders and cornerstones around it. Now I'm just going to open this up so you can see the beautiful fabrics that you get inside. You get all of your instructions as well. So within here, let me just pull this out. So look what you've got here. So these are for the blades of your Dresden. You've got all of these beautiful fabrics. These are all Liberty Tanner Lawns. So these aren't the quilting cottons. These are the really expensive Tanner Lawns. And again, Alice Caroline kits provide you with just what you need. Of course, if any of us went into Liberty, or here, to be honest with you, you know, I mean, the smallest cut we do of fabric, occasionally a fat quarters. If you had to buy a fat quarter of every one of these fabrics in Tanner Lawn, that price would probably be 5 times what it is, if not more. And I know you'd have more fabric, but I mean, just leftover fabric. You might use it, but you might not. You get your fabrics for your border, your cornerstones, your background fabric, and look as well. Now this is actually done with English paper piecing. So all of the blades of your Dresden, let me grab the picture up again for a second. So all of these are made up of these individual blades. Now you might have seen in the tool show earlier on, I was showing a Dresden ruler where you cut out wedge shapes and machine sewed across the top. This is a completely different method. What you're going to do instead is you're going to fold your fabric around these pre-cut shapes. And then once you've done that, you'll hand sew them together. You'll hand sew them together. You've also got the circle, which is for the center of your design as well, all included. Just absolutely brilliant to have that included in the pack. And it makes it a lovely hand sewing project that you can just sort of sit somewhere cozy, almost certainly with a quilt over your knee, and just enjoy some lovely slow sewing time. I think that's a lovely kit, that. Really, really nice. From Alice Caroline, who make the most beautiful Liberty kits. Remember, this is all Tanner Lawn for $29.99. Great, lovely. $24.99, even better. Even better, fab. All right, lovely. Now, my other Alice Caroline kit is the Summer Mini Sampler. Now, I think this is absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Great price too, $59.99. Now, within your kit, you're getting all of your fabrics. Again, these are Liberty Tanner Lawns. You've got some piecing, you've got lots of applique, you've got some hand stitch details. And this isn't for one of these blocks. This is for the whole thing. You've got all 9 blocks. You've got your sashing. You've got your border fabric. You've got absolutely everything to make this. Now, this is a gorgeous quilt. It is 17.5 inches square. So you could make that up into a lovely little wall hanging. I think that would be beautiful to have that as a wall hanging. You could make it up into a cushion if you want. Now, Ben's in a very frivolous mood today. He's just said to me in my ear, he's asked me a very stupid question. He's just said to me, would you like a £5 saving? As if you need to ask. Get that price down, Ben, come on. There you go, thank you very much. $54.99. Wonderful, thank you. Remember, this is all beautiful Liberty Tanner Lawns. We've got a question from Sue, who asked, tempted by the cave quilt, but although loads of sewing experience, the cutting out worries me a lot. Is it tricky? Sue, who's in Gloucestershire. Well, Sue, you know, no, it isn't. Okay, I'm going to say that first. No, it isn't. We're talking about the one behind me. Okay. Yeah, let's just grab that up for a second. So, I think lots of us as quilters are in a bit of a rut. We've done so much with strips, squares, half square triangles and, you know, flying geese that don't ever require templates. So we've become sort of de-skilled. Using a template is not a difficult job at all. What I would recommend, Sue, actually, is that you buy yourself either some template plastic or, even better, I think personally, get yourself some freezer paper. And I love freezer paper for templates. You can stack your fabric up. You can iron the freezer paper to the top fabric, and then you can use your rotary cutter. Okay, just lay your ruler over the top and then rotary cut. Now, your triangles on this, you're actually just rotary cutting the triangles. Okay, your trapezoids, which is the other shape. So if we just look at the quilt for a second, so you've got your triangles, and these are just quarter square triangles, so easy peasy, don't need a template for those, all right, in the center. But this trapezoid shape here, it's almost like the roof of a house, isn't it? So that you're going to use a template for, all right? So this top section here, or if you like the very center, this is just made up of quarter square triangles. So easy. This trapezoid, you're going to use a template. Now let me just show you. So here's how I would cut out this template. I would cut out a long strip of fabric, all right? It would need to be, you know, much, well, this would cut out one, but I mean, to do it my method, you would need it longer than this. But anyway, so what you would do, cut that strip so that it's the same width as your template, okay? And then all you've got to do is iron that template down and then literally rotary cut. You can then peel the template off, turn it around so the roof is going this way on your strip, iron it back down, rotary cut. So you're just going cut, 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 cut down a long strip of fabric. That, Sue, is that. That's all you've got to do. Now, that's the cutting out, easy peasy. When we come to piece this together, okay, what you're going to do is sew your triangle to the top of this trapezoid shape, okay? So this is 2 straight of grain pieces of fabric, right sides together, sew across. These ends here, here and here, are currently on the bias. Now, if you wanted to, you could spray starch your fabric just to firm it up a bit. The bias will be slightly protected. But if you don't sort of muck about and stretch and pull and dangle these bits of fabric, they're not going to stretch out of shape. Just be gentle with them, you know. And then when you've made 4 of those triangles, so you've got your quarter square triangle sewn to the top of it, you're just going to sew them together. You'll sew 2 together in pairs, and then you'll sew the 2 pairs together. The outside edge of your block now is all on the straight of grain, made, done and dusted. This is easy, Sue. This is easy. Absolutely piece of cake. But it just elevates your skill level from those kind of half square triangles and flying geese. It's just taking you a little step beyond that. You'll love it, Sue. You'll love it. Really nice one. Okay, I'm just going to grab back the Alice Caroline summer mini quilt actually, just for a second, because it's so pretty, and I did just want to show you all the lovely fabric that you get inside. So you get your pattern. Now again, you could use the pattern, and I would, to make a whole set of pot holders or even mini quilts on their own, because you know, one of those with a little border around it and quilted would make a gorgeous little individual mini quilt. You could also, if you've got other fabrics in your collection, you could create some borders to go around and make a larger quilt if you wanted. But look, you've got everything that you need there, all your layout diagrams, all of your techniques. There's some fusible applique, some English paper piecing, some machine piecing. You're adding sashing and borders, all these different skills. There's a few little templates here as well. Easy to do. But actually what's really good here is, this is that thicker paper that you're going to use for English paper piecing. You actually have that. You can cut them out and you're good to go. Superb that is. And then let's just move on, because you get so many templates. It's all there for you. And then look at all the lovely fabric you get. So within your kit, you've got your background fabric, beautiful quality cotton. And then you've got fabric for your sashings and your cornerstones, your border. You've also got all these beautiful fabrics, this pack of beautiful Liberty Lawn fabrics in basically a beautiful rainbow that you're going to use for all of your appliques and for your piecing as well. It's beautifully put together, absolutely beautifully put together. And with that £5 saving, just £54.99. Love that. Thank you very much, Ben. Now then, let's move on. Can we do the Tula? Let's do the Tula. Oh, this is gorgeous. This is Pining for You. This is Pining for You. I missed this when it was on air. This is a beautiful quilt. I've seen this online and I thought, what a gorgeous quilt. It's a different kind of quilt, isn't it? Still made block by block, but rather than your usual stars and log cabins and that kind of thing, you're piecing pineapples. I think that's gorgeous. Now, the other day, not too long ago, this was on with a 20% off. So normal price £199.99. We're not allowed to do that again because that's been run. Should we do it anyway? Oh, Ben, you are a rebel. Do it. Great, wow, that's awesome. So £40 saving. You are a tinker. You're a Tinkerbell, that's what you are. £40 off, £159.99. Now then, I'm just going to pull this out because otherwise I'll never get it back in. You've got all of your instructions. And then look, oh my goodness me. Now I get very excited about patterned fabrics, but look at the solids that you get. Can you see these beautiful colours? Those are absolutely beautiful. You get beautiful print fabrics, all from Tula Pink. The solids are all Tula Pink Free Spirit fabrics, by the way. They're all her Dragon's Breath and Unicorn Poop. Look, all these beautiful fabrics from Tula, and then look at all these lovely pastel solids. Again, these are all from Tula Pink's personal selection for Free Spirit. These are not sort of generic solids. These are all special Tula Pink solids. That is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. There are only 3 of these left. We had quite a few more than that. You've been buying these. Absolutely gorgeous, very, very popular, and what a fantastic saving. Maybe you saw the launch show and you were tempted but didn't do it and thought you'd missed out on the 20% off. Well, we've just put it on there for you, so grab it while you can. £159.99. Take advantage of those split pays as well. You can have 3 of them of £53.33. That's all you pay, £53.33. We'll get you the kit home this week. Okay, we'll send it out this week. You'll get that kit. You do not have to pay all of the payments to get the kit home. Absolutely fab. Wonderful. Can we do Celtic Crossing next, please? Because I think this is a lovely, lovely quilt. Really beautiful. It's a variation on a single Irish chain. So your piecing is really straightforward, really easy. You're sewing 9 patches. You're sewing 9 patches. But what's clever is what would normally be your background, which would normally be white, say, and then your little squares would be the coloured fabrics. That's been flipped. So you've got this interlocking jigsaw effect, which I think is so, so clever. Now, have a look at these beautiful fabrics that you've got. You're getting a 10-inch stack. These are beautiful fabrics. And lovely kind of saturated pastels, lemons, apricots, soft pink, and a more vibrant pink. Then through into lilacs, magenta. Ooh, loving that. And then through into deeper purples, soft robin egg blue, sky, ocean, teal, and then finally through into navy. Now what you're going to do with that is you're going to shade that across your quilt. So maybe have the navy and the darks here, going through the blues, into the purples and lilacs, and then through into those pastel shades as you cut across the design. Really beautiful. You've also got your background fabric. Now rather than plain white, we're giving you this lovely soft. What's he just done? What did you do then? Was that £30 you just... £10? Brilliant, that's great though. He'd lose his job if he took 30 off. I do ask a lot of Ben, but that's too much. Sacrifice yourself for me, Ben. £84.99, I'll take that. I'll take that. You've got that lovely soft pink, and then look, you've even got your binding included as well, and that's going to go absolutely beautifully with those fabrics. That's a full quilt kit there. You just need to add your backing. Now, fabric-wise or size-wise, I think what you've got here, can you tell me how much this makes? What size quilt this makes? Ah, brilliant. So this is the second size. This is the square throw. So you could make the baby if you wanted, which is 46 by 46. You'd have enough fabric, but you've actually got enough fabric to do the square throw, which is 58 inches by 58 inches. If you wanted to make it bigger, you'd need to add in some extra fabric. Yeah. But you actually get it in a large throw and a queen size as well. So you get all of that included, which is Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Like that. Like the pattern as well. Okay, next up. Heading south. I was just looking at this. It is lovely. It is really lovely. Now again, I love a modern quilt. This is gorgeous. This would make a gorgeous quilt for a child. I say that because the fabrics have got a lovely kind of bit of a jungly theme to them. You'll see when I get the fabrics out, and it's kind of playful. But I also think if I was making a quilt, say for like a young couple or somebody who just got their first flat or something like that, and I wanted to make them a throw quilt for the sofa or a quilt for the bed or something like that, I would probably go for something like this because it's quite neutral, it's quite modern, it's a little bit edgy. And I think that actually most sort of younger, stylish people would actually really like this. And I'm saying that, Ben, because you're young and stylish, and I'm hoping you're going to jump in and say, well, I'd love that. Yeah, I thought you might. Ben also has lots of house plants in his house. So again, it would go because it pulls out that kind of plant theme. Ooh, it should be $119.99. Not today. Not today. $95.99. If we manage to keep the split pays. Ben, I told you you're going to get in so much trouble. Benny boy. I've got a goat called Benny. Yeah, he's one of my favourites actually. He's lovely. He's like a teddy bear but with horns, but very gentle. Very gentle, just like you basically. All right, let me show you these gorgeous fabrics. The palette is so yummy, isn't it? I just think that palette is beautiful. It's those soft greens. It's that soft orange. I love orange. This is soft and gentle. This isn't really like in your face zingy. All of the colours are kind of softened down. You've got those oranges and golds. You've got a little bit of federal blue in there as well. A little bit of grey. Love that cheeky little cheetah print. Really smart. This stripe is gorgeous. And you see what I mean about these fabrics being a little bit more modern, cute, chameleons, a little bit edgier, which I think again would be really appealing, a bit playful as well. And that beautiful background fabric as well. It's gorgeous. Now size-wise, this is 142 centimetres by 175. And by the magic instilled in me by calculators, and a crew who love me and care for me, I can tell you, size-wise in inches, that is 56 inches by 68 inches. Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you, Charlie. Now that is a really, really good size to throw on a bed, to throw over the back of a couch or a chair, to have on a wall as a piece of kind of art as well, or to snuggle under on the sofa. And I'll be honest with you, the heating has just gone on at home 2 days ago. We have been doing a lot of snuggling under quilts and we will continue to do so. We're not using our heating anything like as much as we normally would. Go figure. We're using quilts, we're using blankets. I've never felt so smug than I do right now to have all those lovely quilts. So, you know, I think, I keep saying it, this is the year of the blankie. Everybody is going to start appreciating those quilts, those blankets more this year. I really think this would be a gorgeous design to make up as a gift for somebody for Christmas. And it's quick to make as well. It strips. It's put together very fast. Quilting wise, let me just give you an idea. What I would do quilting wise with this, I think it's got this lovely linear design and I would go with that. I'd put my walking foot onto my sewing machine. I'd have a stitch length of about 3.5 and I might just draw a line through the center, okay, using a friction pen. And then with my walking foot on, I'm actually going to sew a gently, and I mean gently, meandering just gently wobbling line, just using that drawn line as a bit of a guide. So I'm not literally going off at a weird angle, okay, up there. And then I'm going to draw another one, probably 3 inches away from the first. And I'm going to do the same again, 3 or 4 inches away. And I'm going to do that across the surface and into the borders. The line doesn't need to run through the center of the border at all, because it's going to cut through. You could have some lines closer together if you wanted to, but I would do that. That would be quick and easy. And you're literally quilting from one side of the quilt to the other. Just as you're doing that, quilt one way, and then when you draw your line and come back the other way, start at this end and go this way. So go up, down, or just work from the center out and from the center out, but alternate the direction that you quilt in, just to help balance everything out. Beautiful. All right. Let's do a bit of tilde. Love a bit of tilde. This is the most amazing kit. It's called Floral Wreath. Now, you know, I know, a tilde fabric is expensive. It's a sort of about the most premium quilting fabric there is. You get a lot of fabric in this kit. It's a big quilt kit. It's a big quilt kit. Normal price £209.99. I've kind of given it away. I say normal price, and Ben assures me this is the biggest saving of the day. Nice. £167.99. Thanks for that. How much is that saving? Lots. Lots. Lots and lots. Let me show you these gorgeous fabrics. This is so beautiful. Now, there is some background fabric in here, because what you're making are these wreath blocks and also these half wreaths. It's a couple of half wreaths. You're saving £42 actually. You'll see this purple in the background. This is Moda Grunge. So this isn't a solid or a generic or something like that. This is Moda Grunge for your purple background. You'll also notice on the picture there's a yellow binding. Let me show you. That is Moda Grunge again. So you're getting really beautiful premium quality fabrics. Then look at all these gorgeous fabrics that you've got to piece your wreaths with. Now this is really nice, easy sewing. You're going to sew stitch and flip units. Okay. You're going to make, let me just show you. You're going to make leaves. And these are a big square and 2 smaller squares, stitch across the corners, flip and press. Okay, there are your leaves. Your flowers are made up of 4 petals, and each one is a little snowball block. So very, very easy to piece. Very, very easy to piece. And then you just put together the whole wreath. Look at these gorgeous fabrics. This is from the Garden Life collection from Tilda. It's summery, it's fresh, it's joyful. It's got a bit of a vintage vibe to it, but I love the freshness of these fabrics. That poppy print is divine, isn't it? And the Morning Glories. Absolutely beautiful. There's actually a vegetable called a Morning Glory. Yeah. It's eaten a lot in China, and it's like long stems almost. It's really kind of crunchy and delicious. It's gorgeous. Morning Glory. Yeah. Oh, it's lovely. With chopped garlic and ginger, stir-fried. Oh, it's yummy. Look at those beautiful fabrics though. So summery and fresh. Just beautiful. You've got your greens, of course, which you're going to use for your leaves. And then you've got all these lovely floral prints for your flowers as well. Absolutely yummy. Yeah, it's kind of water spinach. It's really yummy. Very good for you as well. Dark green vegetables. Yum. Oh, I can't get enough veg actually. I have to sort of twist Charlie's arm to eat vegetables, but he does. He does eat them, but yeah. Gorgeous. Right. I'm a complete beginner, says Jackie. Love the show and the kits. What would be the best for my first attempt? Thank you, Jackie. Jackie, thank you for asking, and welcome to the club, first and foremost. Once you start quilting, that's it. We'll have you forever. What would be a nice, easy one to start with? Well, there's a few actually that we've got on the show. I would say that this one, Heading South, this is lovely and easy. It's strips. There's no real points to match up. No real matching to do. Very easy. It's striking and modern, and I think it's lovely. I think the colours are soft and restful and would fit into most interiors as well. And also it's a good size, throw size, but it's not a king size quilt, which might be a bit overwhelming if you're brand new to quilting. So that would be a good option. I think also... which one, sorry? Which one's that? Oh, I see, Sun Shower. Let me have a look. No, Sun Shower would be good. That would be good, yeah. That's half square triangles and squares. So that would be a nice, easy one. Oh, now that should be $99.99, but look, Ben's going to work his magic and he's going to make that $79.99. That would be good. Yeah, Intro to Quilting, very nice. Affordable, easy to piece. Yeah, that would be really cool. I mean, if you want something that's smaller and will give you lots of different techniques, then I think actually the Alice Caroline Summer Sampler, because you're going to do a bit of hand piecing, a bit of machine piecing, a bit of applique, and that will give you a flavour of lots of different kinds of skills for quilting. Teaches them in a really nice way. Sue from earlier said, thank you, Stuart. I've taken the plunge for the cave quilt plus the freezer paper. I can do this, smiley face. Sue, you absolutely can, my darling. I promise you. It is, take it nice and steady. And here's my top tip. Grab a couple of fat quarters or a bit of scrap fabric. Start with those. Give them a little spray starch, possibly or possibly not, you don't have to. Cut out your patches, try the freezer paper template technique, cut a few blocks, piece a few blocks, measure the first one, see how it's coming out, make your little adjustments to your seam allowance if you need to, and just practice the block 2 or 3 times. It doesn't have to be a hideous scrap fabric, so you can just do that if you don't want to keep the block. But if you want to keep the block, choose a few nice fabrics, but just not from the kit. Because if, you know, if perish the thought the first time you don't do such a great job piecing it together, I'm sure you will, Sue, but if you don't, it doesn't matter, does it? But you could turn it into a cushion or something like that, you know? Let's not make things just for the sake of it. Let's try and use them if we can. But yeah, well done, Sue. Well done for taking the plunge. Just beautiful fabrics here, aren't they? As I say, this is Garden Life from Tilda, plus Moda Grunge to make the most incredible floral wreath quilt. Just to let you know as well, the size of it, it's a huge quilt. It's 184 centimetres by 200 centimetres. Now, 184 by 200, that is pretty big, huh? But how big? How big? 70 inches by 78 inches. Gorgeous. Double bed topper. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful quilt that. Now, that's very summery. And of course, in the summer, what do you get? You get sun showers. Let's have a look at that sun shower quilt. Now, this is Free Spirit. We love the quality of their kits. Beautiful quality fabrics. And this is really clever, actually. If you've never made a quilt before and you want something that's nice and easy, also something that's easy to sort of get your head round, this is rather a nice kit, because rather than being sort of a very complicated layout using lots of different fabrics, this one actually just uses 3 fabrics. You've got your large scale foliage print, You've got this gorgeous striking leaf green print, and then you've got your background. And let me show you. What you're going to do is you're going to make a really simple basic block. So again, our lovely viewer asked what would be a good quilt for a beginner. This would be a really good quilt for a beginner. So your basic block is this one right here. Okay. It's sometimes called a cat's in the cradle block. And it's a large half square triangle, 2 small half square triangles and a square. And literally all you're going to do is take the square, sew a half square triangle to 2 adjacent sides, and then sew the resulting triangle to a plain triangle. Now, what you need to do when you're making something like this is you've got to really focus on getting your seam allowance absolutely spot on, because a pieced triangle has got to be exactly the same size as an unpieced triangle when they go together. So that's what you're concentrating on, keeping that nice and precise. There's a lovely layout for putting it together, really different, but you can play around with the placement. There's lots you can do with that block. The quilt finishes at 122 by 152, so a good throw size. Really nice. Okay, we need to do the menu, don't we? Gosh, where's the morning flown? All right, tomorrow. It is Thursday and it starts off at 8 a.m. with Claire Donnelly from Native Lighting. Huzzah! I love the Native Lighting hours. At 9 o'clock, my very good friend Susie Duncan is here with a Quilt As You Go project bag. Now at 10 o'clock, we've got fabulous fabrics. And then at 11, Susie is back with her 10-inch charm-friendly rag quilt. Looking forward to that. At 12 o'clock, sewing room tools to finish up an action-packed morning. I hope you'll join me. I know Ben will be here, and Charlie will be here, and Becky will be here. I'll be here too. It'll be the same team. So if you like what we did today, come back for more tomorrow. And if you don't like what we did today, well, come back tomorrow anyway. We might do it differently. Who knows? We don't rehearse. All right, my lovelies, have a great rest of the day. Thank you for keeping me company all morning. And look after yourselves and each other this afternoon, won't you? I'll see you bright and early at 8 tomorrow.